Silly. Hello, darling. Hello, baby girl.
I'm not going to say hello because the last time I did that,
Yes.
my phone started saying, "Whoa, what do you want? What do you want?
What do you want?
Talk
What
to
do you
me."
want? Yeah. So, like I said, going to get another husky. Call it Alexa.
I can't connect to your Wi-Fi network.
And now we go through that
You
again.
can find setup instructions in the help section of your Alexa app.
Right, there you go. So that should be fun. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
Just going to try this. Oh no, I can't do that because
Uncle
sorry.
Matt, hey.
Oh dear.
See you in the morning, mate.
Okay. Are you going to be here in the evening?
Probably not. It's a hell of a drive back.
Oh, see, you're not going to be on the show then.
I'm hoping. Well, I'm thinking about trying to get back for the show.
Oh, okay. Rather than be on it.
So you're gonna set off home before you've left to go to Kent's.
Yeah.
What you're saying?
That's like going to getting back from the theatre in time to watch it on telly.
I'll have to get a cardboard cutout if I could bring it out, put it back there.
Yeah, an interesting concept.
Right, let's see
So,
if this works.
bloody hell, lads.
No, that.
How are you? You both all right?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, what
Oh,
the
hello.
fuck? Oh
It's
my
not a
God,
good
there's
angle,
two
is
of-
it?
Oh
Not a
my
good
God,
angle.
there's two of them.
It's a bit dark, mate.
Well, that's because this one needs a lot more light, and if I give it too much light, I wash out on that one, and then I improve on this one. You see?
Oh, okay. So
But
all
no-
you need is a third one. You can draw a line. You win.
Yeah.
How do I get rid of me? There you go. No, I've got this new.
Oh, I didn't know it was easy as that.
So,
Oh.
Kent's already seen this because. Oh, my camera's lost connection.
You broken it again.
I have broken
That's
my
right, you
camera.
got to stay.
It's been
How
bad
on earth
enough
did
all
that do
week.
that? What the hell's happened there?
It's all right. I can still see you on the other camera in the backstage.
Ooh, ah.
Oh, while he does that, how are you, Matt?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Yeah,
Good man.
chilling. Yeah, like, well, where's it? Oh, he's fucked off.
He's broke it all together now.
Yeah. Yeah, been busy this week?
No,
God,
there he is.
look, his fucking nose as well, look.
Oh, dear me.
Mate, that needs a blow.
There's some sort of.
Oh, get
Oh, it's
you.
nice, isn't it?
It is, but I'm trying to find a place to get it or put it where it actually kind of works, where I'm not having to go like, you know, ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
This fucking chair as well. Do you know what? Bought this chair, 2 years warranty. I've already had to have the gas lift replaced. Now the wheels are breaking.
Yeah, it's one thing I thank Ty for was recommending the Herman Miller chair. Hey,
There he is.
Playing We're a Cookie. They won't
Someone-
find me here, I don't think.
Someone's just ordered an Osmos.
Have you?
oh, ooh,
And I ordered.
You ordered yours yet, Ken?
yeah.
Good man.
Well, thanks to Robbie, because he hit me up and goes, "You know, you can pre-order the Osmos." What? I thought I was supposed to be getting an email saying you can run it up.
And then your keyboard caught fire because you fucked everything so fast.
Oh, we're doing that again. Oh, there he is. Look.
Yeah, it took me about 2 minutes to make that decision. I was like, oh, no, shit, I can't do that. Yeah.
My decision. I went back in
What's my
time.
password? Then I lost about 2 minutes. Like, come on, man. Figure it out. You're going to sell out again. I thought it was a fair price, too, right?
17.99.
Yeah, they're holding it at what it was. Yeah.
That's what it was before.
Yeah. But you want to hear something really sad?
Yeah.
I get the confirmation email and it goes, May. May.
I don't know.
So I bought a touche.
Oh, that was for immediate gratification.
Should be here tomorrow.
Please go here.
You should have bought an
Delayed
instrument.
gratification. Follow this. For
Well,
both.
but the touche was like 200 quid. I went, oh, that's come down since the last time I saw it.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, I thought, and it'll get me into the whole.
Yeah,
I want to mess
I
with
know.
that neck of the woods anyway.
Feely,
Yeah. So, and I thought, I'll give that a whiz.
Oh, the Osmos, it fits perfectly in that niche in the studio. Yeah.
Nah, I don't.
That
no,
niche
don't
that you're
need,
missing. That
You
one.
don't need it. Don't need it.
That one place that is.
I have to,
do you know
I have
what?
to say, I watched Sonic State's video with Gaz, and
I didn't even watch him. I was too.
when he sort of wobbles the key, it sort of goes under the other key,
Yeah.
which might be a bit of an. I know it might be a bit of an issue.
Nope. It's gonna be awesome.
No. I tell you what.
Once you know that happens, you sort of work with it.
Well, really,
Yeah.
sounds like a
Yeah.
bit of a fault to me.
Well,
No.
If you can have sideways wobbling keys, they're going to catch, aren't they?
Yeah. You do occasionally get this as it comes up. But here's the thing. Even if I knew nothing about the Osmos at all, when Ty phoned me up and he said, "Oh my fucking God, it's the most fantastic thing I've played in 40 years. It's fucking brilliant." And go, wait, Ty said this.
Yeah,
Then I'd buy one.
I did
I
hear
have to
that.
say I thought he sounded great, but I mean, I need somebody to really get under the hood.
Well, it's funny you should say that because next week our special guest is Ty Unwin and his Osmos.
Yeah.
Oh,
Under
right.
the hood.
Under the hood.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
Tune in and
a
watch.
guy who
Yeah.
can play.
yeah.
And the guy who's got an Osmo.
Yeah. Because we could wait for
I need a
Jordan
guy that-
Rudess.
Well,
One of my colleagues at a certain publication, neither of which who I will name, has just asked if anybody would mind if they wrote an article on the pointlessness of the Osmos, and I'm like, ooh, controversial.
Oh, the pointlessness.
Not a fan.
Just sell
and,
more.
Apparently, this is their comments, and they're perfectly entitled. It's a beautiful piece of work that you can fiddle around on with wobbly modulated notes that nobody wants to listen to. Rowley was a game changer, and you never heard one. MPE is musical masturbation for bored keyboard players wishing they picked up a guitar.
Well,
I think they're joking.
Surely you then got to write a counter fucking article,
What
haven't
in
you?
the world?
Yeah, it's not.
No, I think tongue is planted firmly within cheek. But I thought I'm
It's
laughing
all good. It's all
privately. Yeah, no, it's
Well, either way, the proof is going to be in the pudding. So
Yeah.
it doesn't make a lot of difference either way. But I must admit that, like we said before, the idea of being able to take this thing out of the box and then you can immediately play it,
That's an advantage.
as
isn't it?
opposed to taking a Rolly out of the box and then
having to hook it
watching
up.
porn videos for 2 hours to get
Yeah,
the
I
technique.
mean,
It's a cool company to support. Let's be honest. It's a cool company to support.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was
Make
my
really
original problem.
All
Sorry,
of them.
Dave.
Oh, no, I was going to say. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that was my original problem with the Rolly, was the fact that you couldn't just take it out of the box and play it. That's why when I got the instrument, it's much easier to just take it out of the box and make it play.
Yeah.
You know, I
what sort of engine has it got built in?
what the Osmos.
instrument.
It's,
No, the
the
instrument.
instrument hasn't got an engine. It's just a controller.
Oh, I see. Okay,
You know,
so I thought you were. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
No, but it's really easy. I mean, my portable rig is an iPad and a little instrument, and
Right.
you just plug the two together, take an output from the iPad, and you're good to go. Which I really liked that. I don't think. I mean, you might be able to do that with the later Rollies, but the one that I looked at, you couldn't do that at that time.
Right.
You couldn't do that. That time.
What sort of engine has it got built in? What the Osmos? Is it got an electric motor?
What the Osmos? It's got an electric motor.
I mean, to that person's point about the guitar and all that, I mean, there is something to be said that keyboardists have been looking for ways to get closer to some of those, you know, dynamics and stuff. But I just like this whole group. I said I've got that little Continue Mini that I got really kind of to support them. Partially was, post COVID, I was like, man, I don't know what's going to happen with these people. I want to grab one, and there's nothing in the studio like it. You know what I mean? You don't play it like anything else. You can't. And you could sit there and say, well, I can't do this. I'm like, yeah, but look at this. You can, it just. So I am a little fascinated, and I'm really fascinated with those resonators too. Those wooden, the luthier kind of. I know we're getting into kind of the real.
Yeah, it's nuts and bolts of it, isn't it?
But
it's funny.
I'm interested in that stuff,
I only noticed today when I was buying a touche, I'm going, well, it's technically a note of a touche.
Yeah.
Underneath. I'm going, okay, so they just copied it out 48 times. I go, okay, cool. That's
I
all
have
right.
to
It's
say
a cut
that
and paste job.
I see things like the Lindstrument as a lead instrument, not as it's. I mean, I do play chords on it, but that's not for me. That's not its forte.
I sense, Ian, there's going to
But
be a
if you didn't-
controller off at some point.
But if you didn't,
No,
have,
I'm sure there will be.
Do you know
but
what I
if you
mean?
didn't have,
Yeah.
if you didn't have the instrument, would this be? Do you think
I would be seriously. I would be seriously.
So the
looking for it.
instrument's really why you're, and I get that. That's one of the ones that.
But I have to say that the other thing that swayed me to the instrument, and a bit like the Rolly, you have to learn it. I think the Rolly's probably harder to learn, or it takes longer to learn. But I was looking at that point for something that wasn't a keyboard.
Yeah.
I've got thousands of not thousands of keyboards. I've got plenty of keyboards, and I wanted to do something that was sort of slightly different to that. Go on, Rob. What's he said?
He's just come out and said, I used to have the wind controller for my DX100, and so I was able to play panpipes by dribbling on myself. But it's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, sorry.
All right, actually, I've just in other news.
There's other news.
Oh yeah, this made me laugh. I received a email from someone who shall remain nameless, explaining to me all the different reasons, and they listed, I think, about 21 reasons why that GX80 video of Chung Ho was better than mine.
Oh.
You right? And I went,
Yeah.
I replied, in so many words, I replied,
Fuck. Oh.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you got to tell me who that is.
No. It's just.
Is it somebody we
tragic.
know? That's the question.
It's just so
Of course it
tragic.
is. All right. Yeah.
Yes. And then if you're in the chat, fuck you. All right. Up your tight little ass. But no, it's all good because I don't care. I don't care if they think the GX81 is better than my one. I really don't give a shit one way or the other. I only did it because I wanted to do it because I've wanted to do it since I was fucking 17, and I went and did it one day. Admittedly, it took an hour. From start to finish to up on SoundCloud, it was an hour. If it takes longer than an hour, I'm not interested. It's too much like hard work. So let's go. Should we mix? Nah, I'm not going to mix it. Fuck it. So when the track starts, it's all that at the beginning. Let's go, shall I EQ that out? Nah, fuck it. That would mean calling up an EQ equalizer plugin. Can't be asked. Just put it out as it is. I would have released it on cassette. So, fucking have it. Just throw it in the road. And everybody could play it. And they could pass it over. Just throw it through the window of the next car. But yeah, no, I thought it was quite good. Well, they went to all the trouble of, crafting an email to tell me how shit my one is. So I thought, well, okay, fine. It's not like it's going to end my career or anything.
Career.
Yeah, exactly my point. It's not damaging in any way whatsoever, so I couldn't give a monkeys really. But there you go. Keyboard warriors.
Some people, yes, indeed.
So yeah, but yeah, there you go.
It's like my Tears for Fears guy. I've ever told you about my Tears for Fears guy. He scours the internet every few years, and there's usually a big gap, but then every few years I get bombarded with either emails or replies to posts on my blog or comments on my YouTube video where he tells me that I am completely and utterly wrong in stating that Tears for Fears used a Fairlight on songs from the Big Chair, specifically Shout.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who cares?
I mean, quite why he feels the need to do it. He tells me basically they used everything other than a Fairlight, but he was adamant that there's no Fairlight used.
Well, there must be a really easy.
What's
There must be an explanation for his gaps in time, in that it's when he's inside.
Well, quite.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the last.
Waiting for Nurse Ratchet
I actually
to let him
had
go.
a batch of comments on my blog where I put a post. There was the guy that recorded the Syrah sample, the actual guy that recorded the sample, told the story of how it was recorded, but it was lost on the old Peter Vogel website. So I copied it, credited it, and just threw it up on my blog and said, I'm putting it here because this needs preserving. This is a piece of history.
Yeah.
And it was up there for months. And then a couple of months ago, literally 6 comments, literally rapid fire, all on the same post. At least 3 of them were repeats of what he'd said in the other one. And then there was a couple of, and he was just saying, no, it was, I think he maintains it was an emulator, but it wasn't a Fairlight. And he said, there's no evidence of them having a Fairlight. So I, instead of replying to him, which I've done before and it's never worked, I just found this picture of Kurt and Roland sat around a Fairlight.
Yeah.
Whilst they were recording songs with the Big Chair, and just lamped it right in the middle of the post. And then hopefully he's read that and gone,
Yeah, but it's a bit like when you're trying to convince a flat earther that the Earth is actually a globe.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because no matter
matter
how
what you
hard they
say.
believe,
Yeah.
a fact is a fact.
Because you photoshopped it, Rob.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. You know.
Yeah, it's like when they
You know, I mean,
show.
You know, the vaccine gave you,
Yeah, but the thing was, like, this happened about 10 years ago, or maybe less. And I got in, I bit, and I got into it,
Yeah,
and
I
I
used to
said,
do
look,
that.
it's fine. Look, this is my evidence. The fact that it's it's listed, in reputable places, interviews where they've mentioned it, where Roland's mentioned it, where Kurt's mentioned it, where Chris Hughes has mentioned it, about all of this stuff. And I said, and I explained that, back in the day, sample libraries would get crossed over, but I've been to Chris Hughes's place, and there were 3 Fairlights there: Chris's, Roland's, and Ian's. It's not like they didn't have a Fairlight; each of them had one.
Why would they not have one?
Well, indeed,
Certainly had the dough to buy them.
yeah. And Roland actually named his. He called it Raoul.
Raoul
That's
the
weird.
Fairlight.
That is
Raoul.
weird, though. That is weird.
Which kind of ties. I think his son is called Raoul. So I
Right.
think the son came afterwards.
Maybe
and also there was
he
Raoul and the
he
Kings
was
of Spain, which
conceived
was
on top of it.
well, probably, yeah. It's big enough.
That would be a good reason.
But yeah, it was just.
You
it's
ever
just
worked
the
on a
oddest
fella
thing.
like these, Ken?
Yeah, well,
He sent me a clip of the live concert that was featured on the DVD scenes from the Big Chair, and it's got emulators on stage. And I'm like, yeah, they toured with emulators, because any twat who knows anything knows you don't really tour with a Fairlight unless your name's Stevie Wonder and you can employ a team of technicians,
Or Nick Rhodes?
or Nick Rose, who mostly had it on just for display.
Yeah.
If you watch, what is it?
Nick Rhodes used to default fire up in monophony.
There's a clip actually of
Lots of that, mate. I tell you.
Vince Clarke on I think it was Top of the Pops. And it was, second album era, so that was a lot of Fairlight on there. And he's on the stage and he's got the Fairlight, and you can actually see him pressing the page keys that will then refresh the 3-dimensional waveform on the screen throughout the thing. That's all he's doing. He's just playing the keys, but he's playing it in time so it just refreshes the screen. Yeah.
Well,
So there are people out there with strange.
And
the fact they need
keep
to
turning
vent it.
up.
Yeah.
well, you know how this comes about. I mean, remember the story I told you about the red Selena?
Yes.
So it's exactly the same thing. You see it in a video, you think that's what made that sound,
Yeah.
and then the look on their face when they try it out and go,
Why don't it make any sound? Do you?
"Why does it not make that violin sound?" Is
Right,
it
listen, I've
broken?
got to go and get the boy from fencing. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Oh, has he not finished that fence yet? Blimey.
Has he put the gate in yet?
They can come and do my fence. My fence is falling down.
It'd be full of holes by the time. Right, in it.
Bye.
All right, free bat. See you
What a
later.
wanker.
So there you go. Life.
Indeed. Some odd people out there, aren't they?
Well, yeah, that's what makes life.
And then there's us.
And then there's
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, the knobs that came in from.
And
the
then,
cold.
of course, there's this fella.
Even
Oh,
make
no,
any
not that.
kind of don't. All I heard was what a wanker, and then there's
What a
some odd
wanker.
people out there, aren't there? Yeah, and then I heard there's some odd people out there, aren't there? Just happened to time with me showing my.
It wouldn't matter when he came in.
Oh, it's fine.
Happy
How
New
you
Year,
doing,
Ty.
darling?
Happy New Year to you all.
Mm.
Did you all have a wonderful one?
Yeah,
Good.
nice and quiet.
Well,
Didn't
yeah.
go partying.
I particularly enjoyed the Gran Turismo tournament. I won, by the way. I think your cars are still sitting on the start line.
That's why you won.
Exactly.
Can I just say I did get as far as buying a headset.
Well done. My one I delivered to somebody called Amanda in Devon.
Okay.
Accidentally, but there you go.
Was her surname Hug and Kiss?
No.
Talking of hugging and kissing. Oh no, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, let's see what the microphone is doing this week.
Is it worth?
Yes,
it's doing
exactly.
everything.
Give us a
on.
testicle 1, 2.
Me or him?
Yeah, you.
Him.
You.
Hello, is this microphone working?
It's working.
Yes,
I'm
it's
blowing your
working.
heads off.
Yes.
Is there a hum?
No.
No, it seems fine. It seems fine. Everything seems okay.
Okay.
Stop it.
Nuevo año a todos. All right, stop it. Oh, no, don't do like that with me. I love you
It's
all
not exactly
very
50
much.
hertz, but we weren't going for authenticity.
I got a new studio toy today.
What dildo?
He's got his little blower. Yeah.
Why?
I tell you what, when he sticks up his arse, you want to see his cheeks puff out.
Yeah.
My kids aren't watching.
Sorry, David. Hi, everyone.
And why would
Hi,
they?
Andy.
Hello, Ian. Hello, Tom. Hello, Robbie. Hello, David.
Hello, darling.
Hello,
You all
hello,
right?
glorious Kent, Mr. Dickface himself.
Yeah, Mr. Dr. Dickface himself.
Why? Why? What have
Why
you done
what?
now?
It's a bit.
It's got 2 speeds. Blow your face off. And what was the other one? No, I said that. Oh, I've got that wrong, Kent. I said it.
So blow, is it?
No, it hasn't got. It's no suck on it. Blimey.
So all you do is you just push the dust onto another keyboard when you blow it, don't you?
Yeah, that's what exactly my wife's first comments is. Where does the dust go? I said on the floor. Get hoovering, bitch.
No, you didn't
say that.
No, I didn't.
No,
I'm
you
still
didn't.
alive.
No,
Standing
that.
on
Absolutely
all.
No, you
not.
didn't say that.
Your name's
The only person that can say that and get away with it is me. Believe me.
or possibly me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dream ever saying something like that to another living human being. Shame on you awful
Say it
people.
all the time. It's
That's all right. It was
said
Fiona.
with affection.
Doesn't really come under
Oh,
living
is it? Oh,
human
is that what it
beings.
was? Hoover the floor, bitch, with affection. Right,
Yeah,
okay.
over the floor, bit.
Yeah.
She's a cleaner. She's good at it.
You're
It
just
wasn't
digging
the
yourself a
Hoover the
bigger
floor
hole
bit
here.
that I was
I was going to
Paul,
say, you,
know.
carry,
see
you carry
anything-
on there.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
carry on
If
there,
you
Rob.
see
You
anything
carry on.
behind me, do let me know.
Yeah.
No, we won't.
No,
we absolutely won't.
not. She'll be there with a shovel.
There's going to be
Go
no
your
fucking.
head.
There's going to be no fucking pantomime going on here. There's going to be no. She's behind you. We're just going to wait for her to come and whack you across the head with something hard. That's what's going to happen.
The only indication you're going to get is one of us will probably say, "Wow, that's a big knife."
Yeah.
Cleo will warn me, won't she?
Nope.
That's not a
No,
knife.
claws out. Oh dear.
Well, I should point out that you're distracting me this evening for 20 minutes from fucking doing tax, doing accounts. It's literally, I've said it. It's literally the worst 3 or 4 days of the entire year happen at the beginning of January.
Self-assessment time, is it?
Well,
Yeah,
have you
exactly.
worked out how little tax you have to pay? Will you buy me a car?
Oh, how little tax I have to pay. Fuck me. Honestly. You have no idea how much I have to
We
give
haven't put
bloody
MP at
tax
the end of your name yet, have you?
Oh, sorry. Oh, no.
So it's a very depressing month on all fronts. January is a crap month. And obviously tomorrow is literally the darkest day of the year. Kent knows why.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Christmas decorations have to come down.
Yeah.
And
They
that for
should
me
come
is...
down. They should come down tonight.
No,
Yeah,
no.
ours
It's on
have
the
come down today.
No, it's the evening of the 6th.
Yeah, that's tonight.
That's the
No,
fifth
today's
today.
the 5th. The 5th today.
Christmas Day, the 26th, 27th,
Oh, for fuck's
28th,
sake.
29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. The 5th is 12th night.
No, you're not
But
supposed to
tomorrow is
include
Epiphany.
Christmas.
Yeah. So it's
No,
it's
Christmas is the
tomorrow
first
now.
day of Christmas. Christmas is the first day of Christmas.
They've come
So-
down.
Now,
every
I'll
s-
go with Andy
every-
because my
No.
wife has taken all our Christmas decorations
every
down.
night of my entire life, it goes down on the evening of the 6th.
Ours
It's
went
not
down
gonna-
about 27th or 28th.
because you're a miserable fucker. That's why.
Just burnt
So-
everything to the ground.
So tomorrow night is literally I put on for one last time. My Christmas playlist is still playing
Last
constantly.
Christmas, I gave you
And
my heart.
don't you fucking oh
The
fuck!
very next day. Sorry.
It's the Christmas playlist,
So according to Wikipedia,
It's over,
either the 5th
Ty.
or the
It's
6th.
over, mate.
5th or the 6th. Thank you
Fifth
very
or the
much.
6th.
That's fine. That's fine by me. But I choose the 6th because it's an extra day.
In some
To listen-
customs, the 12
to
days
listen.
counted from sundown on the evening of the 25th until the morning
Yeah.
of the 6th.
It's bad
I'm
luck all year for that.
I'm choosing that. Yeah, I have such bad luck. My life is full of bad luck, don't you know? And
Yeah.
This might explain a few things in my life.
go on.
Yeah, about it. It's supposed to come down tonight.
Yeah.
No, listen to what Robbie just said. 5th or the 6th.
5th or the 6th.
Yeah.
Depending on when you start counting it. It seems very flexible. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's not like anything bad is really
Well,
going to happen.
according to the Manchester Evening News,
Oh well, there you go.
There you go.
it's
totally
tonight,
great knowledge.
lads. Aye.
Well, like the Manchester Evening News can go fuck itself because
I think it probably does.
the it's coming down tomorrow night, and the playlist will play all day tomorrow, and then literally at 11:59, Nat King Cole's Christmas song will be playing for one last time, and the final decoration will come down at 11:59.
Yeah. Have you got Elvis Presley's Blue Christmas album?
Have I fuck? No, I have not. It's
We
my
have.
own playlist that I've chosen and
You haven't got
curated
that.
over a
So
long period of time.
Does it include ring solstice bells? Just by any
Yes,
chance?
it does.
Oh, good. I'm
Yeah.
glad about that.
Yeah,
You can
it
take your
does.
Christmas decorations down whenever you like. Then now, so.
Yeah, it's honestly it's been created over a long time, and it starts with Nat King Cole Christmas song and ends with Nat King Cole Christmas song, and yeah. So it's so tomorrow night is a very sad night.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
No, it should be a moment of celebration because Because what you're actually doing is you're ushering in the new dawn.
No, what I'm actually doing is make the house look normal again. That's
Well, you,
what I'm
you
actually
measure
doing.
it by date. I measure it by when the last after 8 is eaten.
When's that, Kent? Now.
I've still got another 8 boxes.
I've got
Hey, boxes.
December the 26th.
I've still
that's
got
when the
some
last one-
sticks left. I've got some after 8 sticks, which are really lovely.
No, I found out this year that when you hit 60, suddenly you can't eat an entire box of after 8s in one hit.
You can.
Mwah.
I discovered
Death
that
awaits
years
me.
ago.
Death awaits all of us, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's, I can actually see its hat. That's the thing. It's coming up the garden path. What?
Can I just point out my osmosis has been very strange today?
It
There you
farted.
go, you see.
Well, now you tell us.
Already.
No, it did. It did something. Well, it's done two things really strange.
Made you sound like a decent player.
But,
Hey, I'm only saying what everyone else is thinking.
I'll tell you what that. I'll tell you what, that booking's looking more shaky now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So who you got on next Friday there, Rob?
Oh,
Because-
So tart.
no, so yesterday I booted it up, and one of the patches just sounded like it was going through a bit crusher. No reason.
Nice.
Oh,
And it literally had to reboot. And it was all the rest of the patches were fine, but this one, which is a really nice patch, just sounded like it was going through a bit crusher. And you're thinking, what the fuck's going on? Rebooted it, absolutely fine. Only happened once. And then today, playing it, all absolutely fine. And then the touch sensitivity on the one of the A flats is just all over the place. But I don't think it's a hardware issue because again, reboot it, boot it back up again, it's absolutely fine. So it's actually there's software issues, and I know they acknowledge there's a few bugs in
There
there.
will be, won't they? It's new.
Yeah, but
You're essentially the beta testers.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
those
yeah.
people that have got them.
But all the things they're kind of these strange things that are just yeah. And the clattering keyboard. I mean, I think I said the last time we spoke about this. They've said it's not a design fault, which I can understand. I don't think it is a design fault.
no.
But it's it becomes a bit annoying. It just gets a bit clickety-clackety.
I
It's a shame
remember those old
I wonder
Sonic
about that because
keyboards.
Sorry, go on, Andy.
I was just going to say, remember the old Sonic keyboards that have.
Well, it's like that, but
connectors,
I mean, they have a good reason because the notes physically move. So if you basically play a fast passage, and unless you're literally playing it spot on accurate, and there's no movement whatsoever in your fingers, on some of the notes, they basically, as the one's coming up, they clatter against the one next to it. It's physics, but but believe me, it does become a bit kind of tiresome.
Yeah, but
think-
even as
yeah.
Expressive E's themselves are classing these as, not the manufacturer batch.
Yeah,
They're
well.
kind of the beta testers for everybody else.
I'm happy to do it, and I don't have a problem with it.
And
They
software
really
bugs.
are-
I mean, if
You're
it
gonna
didn't
get
have
them,
a
whatever.
software bug, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
I'm having to use loads of shit talking of software with native access at the moment.
Oh yeah.
I've had to open up a support ticket, and that's literally a last resort for me. Honestly, it's just been such a fucking... I've really genuinely felt like throwing something across the room. Oh, it just won't... You know when it turns around where it should locate a library? Anyone else use Contacts where you have to...
No,
on native
not for
access?
years.
So basically you have to... if you've moved the library or whatever, you
I
have to do
remember
is
that.
just point the installation path to where the library is.
Yeah.
So you point it to the drive, and it just says invalid path. And you're there going, no, it's not. It's a perfectly valid path, and it's in a folder with all your other libraries. It's all fine, but it get invalid path, and you can't use the library until it accepts it, and it won't accept it.
I got.
And I'm
this.
having it with loads of libraries. And you look online, and everything basically says, "Oh yeah, this is what you do. You do this," and you do it, and go, "No, it's still not doing it." And
No,
I've hit a complete brick wall.
What did I do? Because when I put that new 8 terabyte SSD in, and of course the driver letter changed, and it broke all the contact, all the Spitfire and stuff like that. And that's when I found out that Spitfire apparently had a limit of the amount of times you can move a library around. If you move it more than 3 times or something, you have to contact them.
Yeah, I've had that with Spitfire. Actually.
Yeah, but I did
I had that,
find
I
a way
had that
around
with,
it.
I had that with Symphobia, with
Yeah.
Project Sam. But I haven't
Well,
had it with
what I
Spitfire.
did was I changed the drive letter of the new drive to what the drive letter of the old drive was, and everything just worked. So, cool, thank you.
Well, yeah, if it thinks it's finding the same drive, then
Yeah.
that's fine. But
Yeah.
this is, I can't do that because of my the situation I'm in at the moment. I can't do that. But I'm leading it to the right file in the right place, and it just won't. It just keeps coming up with invalid path with loads of libraries. So yeah, not a happy bunny with. I mean, to be fair, it's my own smug. You know, I've gone for years where everyone else has had so much shit with NI, with software and all this kind of crap, and I've been just Mr. Smug here going, well, I've never had any problems, and now I really need it to fucking work, and it just.
Yeah. No, I had the invalid path. I'm trying to remember what. There was something else I did, and then it just all worked again. I can't remember what it was.
I've tried everything that I can find online that is suggested. I've tried everything.
I just remembered what it was. There was a couple of instruments, or libraries, I should say, where it said invalid path. I downloaded them again.
Oh well, no, these are fresh downloads from the company that I've managed to. So
Really? And that
Yeah.
still broke. Oh, fucking hell.
yeah,
Oh, that's not good, lad. That's not good at all. Are they
Anyway.
biggies?
yeah, they're quite big. It'll be what it'll be. I'm just not. No.
What, you want a bit of this? Okay, then. If you're a good girl. No. I'll have
It's
most
chocolate. It's fucking poison. Don't give it to
of it. No,
them.
don't give that bullshit.
It's oh my god! I love the fact that Kent all of a sudden is a vet that knows the best.
Mate, I've
It's
had dogs,
poison.
right?
I know, but it's chocolate. It's poison for them.
It's poison for us as well.
Well, just
What?
Since
Get
when?
Google.
Since when?
If you eat
Are you
40,
are you confusing chocolate with cocaine?
if you eat 40 pounds of chocolate, you will
Comes from
die.
the same place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Don't believe me? Look it up.
He's going to.
Go on.
Am I
Come on.
fuck?
Where?
Do these figures really look like can be asked?
Just ask Alexa.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
I can't
There you
connect
go.
to your Wi-Fi network.
I know.
Set up instructions
I
in the
know.
section of your Alexa
Fuck
app.
off.
I can't do that right now.
I'm sorry, Ken. I can't do that right now.
You right, Siri? See, that's all right. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, my little girl. Good girl, aren't you? My little hot water bottle, aren't you? Hey. Well, she's more of a backpack, actually, but she goes to sleep on my back with her head over me neck, don't you? Get.
Oh, I had tried. Tell you what, I had a play on the other day. I played my Enna, my Soma,
Enema?
not my Enema.
Those
I
little
did
wooden
not-
dolls.
I did not play with my Enema.
Oh, yeah.
My Soma Enna.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what that is? The touch.
Oh
panel
yes,
Instrument.
yes, I do.
synth
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing.
I didn't know you had them then.
It's been
He's
here for
got one of
ages,
everything,
and,
mate.
and it never really. I never really got a chance to, because it was smack when I was in the middle of just deadline shit. And I never really got a chance to have a play with it. So I had a play with it. Wow,
Great, aren't they? Yeah.
really fantastic.
Oh,
Really fantastic.
If the terror never arrives, that would be my second choice.
Yeah. Well, I'm hope I've got my name down for Terror. So
Yeah, me
hopefully
too,
that'll-
actually.
Is that the lump of wood thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the Enna's the kind of the. It's almost like a. It's not the same thing, but it's.
Don't
a,
do reviews, Andy. It won't go down well. And now,
Yeah,
the
is that
lump
the
of wood
wooden
thing.
Yeah. Lump of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry,
great.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
know.
beautiful lump of wood, you know. That's a walnut.
I want the plastic one. I don't care about the lump of wood.
Oh,
It's
got
still
that wood,
wood.
mate.
It's
I
still
know.
wood.
What, even the cheaper one's from the wood, is it?
Yeah, Enna's wood.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah, right.
yeah. So it's
I'd like to
But yeah,
see
it's-
Enna's wood. Stop it.
Yeah, behave yourself.
the fact that he comes up with the joke, then turns around and goes, "Stop it."
Yeah,
It's like
no,
he's
no,
having,
no.
he's having his own
Someone else said it.
conversation.
Yeah,
He's having
do it to
his
himself. Wait,
You
he's
said
having
it.
stop that.
Yeah, he's having his own conversation in his head.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
nobody else said it, so
Yeah.
if you won't stop me, I will. Oh dear. Oh God. So yes, I checked and I have bought 2 Osmos.
Yay!
Part 2. It's one a present for me.
No, let's just say
Only
that
2?
an error between
One for both of you, right?
Yeah. Me
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
person that's trying to stop me from doing it. Yeah.
We gotcha. You
You'll
understand.
have no problem getting rid of it.
Oh, did I tell you about the 80? Ty.
What
You know
about it?
the abandoned 80 from
Yes.
2016?
Yeah.
He emailed us today. Apparently he didn't die.
You are joking.
Yeah. And he's expecting, he said, oh, can I come and collect it? But you think it's working? Oh, wow. You think it's
6
sat...
years ago.
Yeah, you think it's sat
Oh,
outside...
7 years ago.
Yeah. You think
Really?
it's sat outside for 7 years and it's okay? Good luck. And do you know what? Do you know what prompted it? He thought the one that was for sale on Soundgas was his one.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't expect
Wow.
that. I didn't expect that.
Wow.
So, yeah. And Fiona's going, oh, I worked out how much the storage charges are. I said, yeah, good luck with that, girl. It comes to more than a fucking keyboard. So,
Well, I
Good
would
luck.
ask something. I would ask a
Yeah.
considerable amount for storage.
Well, I think
you're an
you'll have
absolute
to-
twat.
well,
You're
he'll have
twat
to-
if you don't.
I think you'd have to pay me to go through it again, unless he wants a non-working 80. He wants to collect.
No. Forget the going through it again. If that's been sat with you for 7 years, you can't. And the size of that thing, that's storage. The thing is, Ken.
Yeah, but the
anyone
thing
else
is,
can
our
charge it.
storage policy came into effect 2018.
I don't. You're
No.
missing
Listen,
so
listen. And he wasn't informed. So legally,
Ah, right.
he can say, "Oh, I didn't know."
Okay, from a you, if he thinks that that's okay or that's reasonable, he's an arse.
Yeah,
Ty, he's got to be an ass anyway. He left it for 7 years.
yeah. It's
Okay, he's a
French.
bigger arse.
It's
Bigger
French.
ass, yeah.
He's got at least 2 buttocks.
Of considerable
Yeah, you
girth.
see, he is parlez-vous français. So you could say there was a language difference there.
Yeah.
So, misunderstood.
Is he French?
He is a La France.
Oh, fuck it.
Or he's
deserves it anyway,
Belgique. He's a Belgian, not a
You'd be
Frenchie.
glad, you'd be glad to be rid of it then.
Yeah,
French speaking
exactly.
Belgian, but they're well. Sorry,
Well, the
Asya,
thing
if
is
you're a
that-
French speaking Belgian, but come
Yeah.
on, they should all speak Flemish in Belgium. Bollocks of that French crap.
Said the linguist.
Speak a good Germanic language like Flemish.
Yeah.
I think I'm not just upset Asio because he's been a mate for years.
There's something about
Sorry,
the most
Asio Ed.
educated person here is going, well, all that French crap.
Oh, French crap. It's a stupid language, French. It just drives me nuts.
Well, there's the problem with the masculine and feminine thing. So,
Oh no, that's in most languages in the world. It's just the funny North Germanic ones that lost it, like Swedish and English and Norwegian. But and English lost the genders because of Old Norse, basically. That's what caused English to not have gender anymore. A table is just it rather than he or she. Anyway. Oh, it's actually quite fascinating, all of that, if you can be asked. If you can, well, most of you probably can't be. Most of you will think,
No, I
don't
can't.
I don't give a shit, because
Yeah.
99% of the world takes language for granted. They use it every single day. They don't even think about it. They use it, and they never stop to think how amazing language is. And it is absolutely fucking mind-bogglingly amazing. It really is. It's what makes us human beings rather than chimpanzees. End of. Full stop. Everything starts with language. No language equals no maths. Why language is more important than mathematics. But nobody will listen to me because everybody is far more convinced that 1 + 1 = 2. But if you haven't got a concept of what 1 means, if you haven't got a concept of 1, then you've got no concept of 2. Therefore, language equals everything.
There's other reasons why people don't listen to you, and
Because I'm a twat. It's all right. It's all right. You don't need to say it, Ty. I can say it for you. I'm a gobshite twat, and I know it.
you know I love you.
I love you too. I'll give you a hug sometime.
Exactly. Can I just say the level of that was so intellectual. I just want to point out the level of conversation that happened here.
It's going to go to Christmas decorations again.
No, it's not. It's not. But I've just got to share this with you. So Pip came to the studio earlier today, and she went, "Oh, hang on a minute." She went, "Bloody hell, what's that?" And she turned around and went, "Is it one of your fleshlights?"
One of them.
Oh no!
Hey!
I think she was paying you a compliment.
She
mate.
thought-
You're paying you a massive compliment.
She thought, "Hey, hang on a minute.
Was it a
Don't,
flashlight for your head?
I walk with a limp."
That's why you got no air left.
Oh, stop, please. Even this sheltered wazzock knows what a fleshlight is, so please don't even think about pointing your fingers over in this direction. Stop
Sheltered
it.
my arm.
I just thought
Well,
it's
where do
funny.
you put your arm?
Well, he can put his in that
In there.
flashlight. Holy crap.
Yeah. So yeah, I had to
As your
explain
Christmas present. Ty.
Which one?
Your favourite one.
The
The
one
best
that
Christmas
buzzes.
present you ever got.
Oh,
With
don't
an adjustable
fucking.
buzz rate.
Would that be
Don't.
the DX something?
Yeah, fuck off.
Do you know what? For a fraction of a second, it flashed across Ty's eyes and went, fuck, what did I tell Robbie? Which Christmas present?
No,
Can I
do you know
make
what?
a confession? Am I allowed to make a confession?
Sure.
Right, I did a jam recently with Grace Griffin, and no smutty comments there, but we went round, and Grace has got 2 beautiful new synthesizers. One is brand new, and one is as new as the day it came out of the box. One is a Moog Matriarch,
Oh,
and
Beautiful.
one is a Yamaha DX7
Mark 1 or Mark 2?
Mark 1.
Oh, okay.
And I have to say, I spent most of the time playing with the Mark 1 DX7. It just felt so beautiful.
But you like
So
the bell
Robbie-
sounds.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I just go ding. I like. It was honestly, it was lovely. This thing that she's and a friend of hers has given her this. Just say, well, you have it because I'm not using it to the flight case.
Wow.
It's absolutely immaculate, pristine. It's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. And there's the matriarch over there, and I go, oh, the knobs are great. It feels great. Oh, yeah, nice sound. I fell in love with that DX7. I've just outed myself, haven't I?
You have.
Well,
Robbie's sitting there looking really smug. Robbie, can I ask you?
I know. You look at him.
That DX7 that Matt picked up. Have you got that Mark 1 DX7? That okay. It's as beautiful as that. It's absolutely pristine. This one that Grace has got. It's delicious.
Nice.
It really is lovely. Still sounds shit, but it's beautiful to play.
no. Do you know what?
So-
I did eventually switch it on because it went for days and I didn't switch it on. But I do have to say, my 17, 18-year-old self did come flooding back. So
with a DX7.
sorry, yeah, that's what. So Pip gave me. So years ago, Pip had a DX7 Mark 1, and she's basically for Christmas she gave it to me. That's
Oh,
my
that's amazing.
that's set of Mark 1, and but it needs a new membrane that Kent's gonna. They've been. I mean, yeah, you didn't hit. So Kent and Philp were having an online affair.
See.
Whilst they were communicating about getting it sorted, but anyway, but it's a beautiful thing
Mm.
if you like brown, and
Yeah, It is a beautiful thing. It just
Yeah.
felt lovely. It felt gorgeous to play. I mean, as a keyboard player, I mean, I've said it to you before, Robbie, but that keyboard on the DX7.
But that was
is
the
beautiful to
first one
play.
though. That was the first.
Really lovely.
That's the thing. It was the first synth that felt proper quality that we now perceive as the standard. Because even if you go and play a Jupiter 8 or something like that, the action on that is nothing compared to a DX7 action.
Yeah, well, that's why that particular mechanism, that particular bed, was adopted by so many other companies.
Yeah. They do, it feels quality, and we know that the reason they're so heavy is because it's full of lead. But it is beautiful. So thank you, Robbie. Yes, it's. But I do need to talk to you about all things cartridge and all that kind of stuff as well. There's loads of things, because also I'm going to get the screen change for kind of a backlit one and all that kind of thing. So
Yeah, I've got a backlit one on mine that came with it, and it's a little bit. I don't know what sort of screen it is, as in who made it, who fitted it. It's when I change through the patches, it's a little slow refreshing. It's kind of a slow refresh rate.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that's a thing. To the point where I'm actually watching on eBay, there's somebody selling a new old stock in its original box replacement original screen.
Okay.
And I thought,
That's not backlit.
that's not backlit. I don't care about backlit really, because I'm not playing it live.
Well, why don't you have mine then? Why don't you have mine when I take mine out?
Could do, yeah.
Because it's only going to sit here.
Honestly, I don't honestly mind that much. And
Check the earth
I'm a
on
bit
it,
like
Rob.
you, that I like everything kind of original and stock most of the time.
Well, the thing is,
where it's practical.
the thing is, that's. But even back in the days when I had mine, I changed mine. The moment you could get a backlit one, I changed mine. That was in 1985, 86.
Yeah.
So for me, it would be as was, So, but yeah. So
So
yeah,
I've still got the EL strip on my DX5. I had it replaced. The DX5, but Simon said to me, "Do you want a new EL strip here? Or are you going to buy a new screen?" I said, "No. Put the EL strip in. I like the whine. That hype is."
sounds like a Wave Station AD.
No, I need to get my DX7 because it's got some tiny little. Obviously, whoever had it before scratched on the edge, on the back edge, and there's little tiny little just bits that have just gone a little bit rusty. But I'm going to send it off to Craig, and get him to do a complete strip and respray. And the
is that the guy that does the
overlays?
The overlays.
Yeah, he does the
See,
whole.
the thing is
restoration.
on this one, it literally only needs the rest of the condition. It's top notch. So it's beautiful. It is literally just the membrane that's got a couple of places where it's gone thin.
It's always the first to go.
Surprisingly,
The membrane on this is perfect.
Oh, really? But talking of which, Kent, I watched some of the video. Have you? Well, obviously you've watched it on how to do the membrane replacements. It's if you're going to do it properly, it's not a 2-minute job. It's a proper full on.
Because of the glue and everything.
Yeah, I'd suggest. Yeah, if you haven't watched it, Kent, you'll have to watch it before you do it because it's a full on. It's quite an intense job. It's not a 2-minuter.
No, I didn't think it was. I've already done my Matrix 12s.
Okay.
Which, and of course, there's the experience that I had from doing the controller. It's the same kind of thing. So no, I'm all on board with that. Don't worry.
Oh, anyway, I think I'm gonna love and leave because I've got to go back and do accounts. So, which is fun, and also, sorry, sorry. No,
there or...
no, I'm not. No, it's Ken knows. I'm waiting for this film.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting for. I'm not even going to say what it is now, but I've been waiting for something to arrive now since the middle of November. And when you're dealing with a director, you're trying to get a film, and you've been waiting since November, and you can't really do anything till you see the film, and you make it very clear. And the last time I tried was December the 2nd, with me sending an email basically going, I really need to see a film. Yes, I'll get it straight to you. And then getting an email on the 2nd of January saying, we're going to get you a film straight away. How are the tracks going? With me going, there aren't any, because I've been waiting for the film. And that was the 2nd of January. And what's the day today?
Yeah.
The 5th of January. So 3 days later, I had to send an email earlier basically going, send me a fucking film! And I just got a reply going, yeah, we've sent you a film. And I'm not going to tell you what it says, obviously. But then it's given me a link, and then it's put, password to follow.
Oh.
So, I still can't watch the fucking
or
film.
is the password
And he said
to
that,
follow?
He said that 2 hours ago. He said
Yeah.
that 2 hours ago.
Well, if the password is to follow.
To follow. No, he's just got password to
try
follow.
it. You never know. Fucking hell.
Honestly,
And you thought this was going to be a quickie.
honestly, it's just... Oh...
It's turning into a 4-part footballer, isn't it?
Don't. Anyway, so meanwhile, I'm going to go and do accounts, which is my idea. I would literally rather, I use this phrase a lot, but rather rub my genitalia on a cheese grater than do accounts, because
I do mine in February, so I know exactly.
Rubbing your genitalia
Rubbing
on it.
cheese
Yeah.
grater.
nothing to do with
Exactly.
accounts.
Yeah, but
It's February. Whoa, it's bollocks month.
The thing
Exactly.
is, Ty's all right because he hasn't got a cheese grater.
Yeah.
I have got a cheese
He
grater.
hasn't got bollocks.
But you don't like cheese.
Oh, do you mean a proper cheese grater?
Yeah.
I don't have a fucking cheese grater because not
That's what I
allowed
was
in
going to
this
say.
house.
Yeah.
Fucking hell! I thought you meant a cheese grater as in a
cheese.
Mac cheese grater.
The fuck is
Oh,
wrong with
no.
Oh, don't start this one, Rob.
Oh,
you and
what?
you and I are mates, and I'm not going to fucking ruin it over fucking cheese.
you? Wow, you're more passionate about that than Christmas.
What? My hatred of cheese?
Yeah, is
Fuck
equal to
me.
the love
no,
of Christmas.
No, I wouldn't have said that.
No,
No, I mean
Christmas is
No.
up here. Cheese is sort of like just below it a bit.
just below.
cheese.
40.
Cheese is if you want to make me chuck, just make me eat cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Chip-
There you go.
Cheese. My wife used to be
I
like that, and then
love
she slowly came round to it. Now she can
No,
eat cheese quite well.
no.
Hey, did someone say cheese?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Time to go. Okay, guys.
Oh, darling.
Bye.
Be good. Have a good one. I'll see you later.
ya.
Take care, sweetie.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
What a wanker.
Right, I've got to go find some papers. Papers?
Useless, you mean.
Papers. There, I've got
Papers.
papers.
I was just checking. Do you know, I hate when people start talking about tax returns
Yeah.
because I'm paranoid because I almost missed one year, and that's when if you have a bill they just take it,
Yeah.
and I don't want to do that.
No.
So I want to spread it out over monthly payments. But I think just check it. I think I know I did it. When did I do that? Oh, I did it in October. There you go.
That's all right. Well, I'm limited, so I've got until July.
Oh yeah.
So, but I always do it in February, just because it gets Christmas out of the way,
Yeah.
you know. And I do it all myself because I don't have an accountant, but I have a younger son who knows about stuff that I get wrong.
So I was looking forward, like next year. Is it next year? No, it's this year. In December, my son turns 18, and therefore I no longer claim child benefit. And the only reason I have to fill out a tax return every year is because of child benefit.
Yeah.
This stupid fucking clause
Yeah.
that says because I earn over a threshold, I am not entitled to the whole amount of child benefit. Yet my next door neighbour, who two of them both work and earn just under the threshold each, and so therefore their household income is about double mine,
It's bonkers, isn't it?
can still claim child benefit.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I think that's because I had that when I was at university, because when the boys were obviously still at home. But yeah, I mean, I remember filling in tax returns for years because of that. It was the same sort of thing. I occasionally had the odd extra income, but generally.
Well, I think this year's the year that I'm actually, because I was looking forward to getting rid of it.
Benefits still exist.
Yeah,
apparently.
Yeah. I never.
People pay less tax.
No, I pay
because they've got the ability to reproduce.
They don't pay less tax. They get a cash payment or a payment every month.
Yeah.
It's like a tax credit sort of thing. But it's been
Golden
going for
allowance.
decades. Yeah, so it's just an allowance that you get for helping you raise children, and you get an amount for the first child, and then subsequent children it's a lesser amount, but you still get it per child. But the Tories brought in this law about 10 years or so ago that said if you earn over
get a tax benefit for being a single gay man that doesn't contribute to the overpopulation of the planet.
You probably do.
I don't. No, sorry. I'll end
You're
up
on one.
Proper bollocks again. But it's like, why do I have to buy 16 bog rolls? Why can't I just buy 4?
Or 1.
Well,
this is a family store
brand. My
Define
preferred
family
brand
for me.
has just released a 6-pack of my preferred brand toilet roll that is equivalent to 12 because they tightly wind it apparently or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
You get a bulk discount, right? So it's okay to buy too much toilet paper.
In Italy, they sell, and they probably sell it everywhere else on the continent, but they sell a toilet roll where instead of having a cardboard tube, it's another smaller roll of toilet paper. And you push that out, and then you have a small roll of toilet paper for travel purposes, or to lob at people wet. I don't know. Do what you want with it, but there's no. And apparently you get more sheets. Sheets. Oh, one sheet. You get more sheets, and less wastage. So
you do get a lot of benefits when you have kids. I have coworkers that have lost more days of work for bullshit reasons because of their kids.
Oh yeah.
So
take a day off because your kids are ill. Yeah.
Whatever, even if they make it up. Yeah.
There are benefits to having children. That's one of them.
That's one of the few ones I can think of. But yeah.
I suppose when the apocalypse comes, they're probably leaner and tastier. But
yeah. Well, they're going to put me and Jane in an old people's home, I believe. So.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm worried about. I've raised my kids that telling them that their job is to look after their mother and father, but I kind of
you fail miserably then.
I fear we may not have achieved that. My wife said to me the other day, "We must make a will. We haven't got a will. We haven't made a will for ages." And she said, "We must make a will." And I said, "Yes." And then she turns around and says, "Because I would not know where to fucking hell to begin with your stuff if you died, and I wouldn't know. I'd probably chuck it in the landfill or something." I'm like, "No, don't do that."
Right, get a will made.
Yeah.
Sorry, Neil. I'm
leave
going
it
to have to decline
kids.
about adopting a child with you. I have no desire to
Neil,
adopt a
I will
child.
answer your question, by the way.
Hey, Rob, you can have a massive doorbell estate sale.
Well, no, like I said, I'm always frightened about, if I do go, she'll sell everything for what I told her I paid for it.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
So I've actually got to have a conversation with her soon because I'm going to be spending a bit of money. It's rather a large sum of money.
Oh dear.
That's why, Rob, you want a limited company because
I know
it all goes down. It's all this sort of stuff is just business expense. So if it turns up, I just say, "Oh, business has paid for it." Jane, don't bother. But then again, I have to have the money in the account to actually pay for it. So
this is the year that I thought I might actually have to seriously consider, because now I'm with Gear News. The occasional income that I get from things like Sound of Sound podcasts, I don't touch the threshold of what I can earn extra before having to declare. Now I might. So it scares the bejesus out of me. I hate that sort of thing.
get a good accountant would be my advice. First of all, I'll get in my case, I got a bad accountant, and then had to work it all out myself.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'll find someone. Yes, it's all scary stuff.
Right, well,
I need a
my
beer.
lovely
I'm gonna go
people.
and get a beer.
Well, while you're gone, I'm going. So
Okay,
everyone's
well, I'll
going.
wait because I need to see you out officially.
No, so you can hit the one wanker
yeah,
button.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Right, good night, everyone. I'm going to bed.
All right, mate.
Bye, Ken.
Bye,
Take it
bye.
easy.
Bye.
Cheers,
Bye.
Andy.
Hi, David, and bye, David. I mean, we've hardly said a word, but never mind. Happy New Year, David.
Happy New Year.
See you all soon. Try.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers, Missy.
Bye, bye.
What a wanker.
Hey, there we go. And there was still the hum there, wasn't there? The hiss.
Yeah, well, hissy
hissy,
thing going
yeah.
on.
Right, I'm going to get a beer.
Where's the cat, David?
Where's the cat?
Yeah.
Who's the cat? You don't mean?
You know, well, he has several,
Cleo.
but Cleo's the main one. But...
Oh yeah, Cleo's the only
She's
one.
right here. Can you see her little eyes?
Yeah.
Little face hiding right next to the
Oh,
wall.
your icon's very small on my screen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is hard to see her. I've got my alarm.
It's camouflage.
She's here. Trust me. She's got herself on my lap now. She's perched. Cleo, do you have anything to say?
And when you want her to talk, she won't talk.
I'm telling you, every time I try to see her, it's like,
Did you get some new stuff this week, Kent, for repair?
Yeah, I got a sledge come in with
Oh.
a stiff knob.
Oh. Hey, what's wrong with that?
Which knob?
Well,
which knob?
Well, basically, he bought it in and he was very excited. No, it's
That goes hand in hand. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, so one of the bigger controls on it is very
one of the
stiff.
bigger problems you've had.
Yeah. So, and I think that's about it this week.
Software's pretty ropey on the sledge, though, isn't it? Do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, there's that thump thing when you switch it on and all that.
Yeah,
Keep the volume down.
Yeah, well,
Well, that's there. I have other keyboards to do that too. Some people just
Yeah.
don't put that shit in there. They don't put. The
Yeah,
buttons
I think
in.
there's no suppressor on the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was complaining about it. He said, "Is there anything I can do about it?" And I said, "Take your headphones off before you turn it off."
Yeah.
That's about it, really. It's not really worth getting into.
No.
The latest Sledge OS did fix some issues with MIDI and stuff. But the one problem I had was there was a tuning issue one time when I was trying to do a hardware jam with it.
Oh.
And one of the patches I had to detune the shit out of it. I almost maxed out the range of detuning I could do just to get it to come close. And I haven't replicated that since, but that was a really weird problem.
I know that I'm a member of the Sledge Facebook group, and there's people had a lot of problems with it. You know, I have to touch wood. I've had no problems with mine as of yet. You know,
I've had the occasional, you know,
but they're gonna.
where it goes
I haven't
back
used
shit
it a
and you
huge
just turn it
amount, to be
off.
fair.
Yeah.
You know, I use it a lot when I first got it, like you always do with a new keyboard. But you know,
Yeah.
and then occasionally I think, oh, the Sledge would be great for that because it's one knob per function, which is originally why I bought it.
Yeah.
I know.
I guess the one issue also is it does play samples, but it's not really a sampler, and it doesn't have a lot of sample tools on it. It's very rudimentary sample playback.
Yeah, and in fact, I don't think I've ever bothered doing that.
Gaz did some stuff with it. If you watch his
video.
videos, yeah.
Because there was some samples that came with. There's a really crap piano, if I remember rightly, sampled piano on it, which is still there as far as I'm aware. But no, I've not bothered with putting any samples into it. I've got other things that do that. Better.
I got some of Jamie's patches for it. They're excellent.
All right.
Yeah, Geosynths. Go get them.
Yeah. I tend not to buy I tend not to buy people's patches. I know that sounds. I know. Bless him, Jamie. That's his living.
Yeah. He makes good ones. I don't buy a lot,
yeah,
but he made some good ones.
But I don't use an awful lot of. I might start with a patch and then change it. That's the way I tend to work. with with whatever it is really. And there was absolutely thousands of free patches you could get for it originally, because there's a guy who emailed me and he was off the Facebook group and said, "Oh, I've got all these patches that I've converted from something else. Do you want them?" And I went, "Yeah," and I never even got through all of them. And there's bloody thousands of patches there, and I've never, I start looking for things and I find something that's quite close to what I want, and I mess around with it. That's the way I would usually do it. Yeah.
It's a fun with the tinker though. There's plenty of knobbage, so that's why
There's lots of good knobbage. Yeah.
No stiff knobs though. Mine are fine.
Yeah.
So.
Funny enough, the knobs he's got on this sledge are not the original ones.
That's why he's got a stiff knob then.
Yeah. He's got the
exactly
ones.
that'll be it, won't it?
The ones.
It's a reaction to the medication. Yeah. So
they're like the Moog-like ones with the grub screw in the side.
You see, I've never bothered doing all that sort of cosmetic bollocks like that.
Not really.
I'm happy with whatever knobs come with a synth, no matter what it is. I don't get excited about the fact it's got a,
Yeah, well,
I
did do
black
one.
knob and I really want a red one.
I did do one for a guy on a Synthex where I put those Moog type knobs on, but that's only because he had so many damaged and missing knobs on his Synthex. I had to find something reasonable, and the plastic ones seemed to be too small, so we put these.
Have you ever 3D printed any knob caps, Kent?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, but again, the quality's not always.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So,
you probably have to Dremel it or use some kind of chemical treatment to smooth them out.
Yeah, they did this thing. We put I put them in a little it's like an old fish tank with a plate of a saucer of whatchamacallit.
Oh, I heard about that trick. Yeah,
and heating it up, and it just
vapor gets it.
Yeah, and the
kind of melts a little bit.
yeah. And you go, let's hope it doesn't get too drippy. And if you want a matte finish, tough, because it tends to go a little bit shiny because of that. But it's not ideal. Just need to get a very high resolution 3D printer.
Well, I was gonna make a Bob Moog head and put it on my cutoff filter on my Slim Fatty. So.
Well, so I got this newsletter thing that comes in. It's got all the latest 3D tools that are available and stuff. And one of the things I looked at over the Christmas period was showed this video of this machine doing a 3D print, and it was absolutely faultless. It was fantastic. And I'm going, oh, this is the nuts. Let's have a look. Right, what was the name? Put it into Google and have a look, and go and have a look at it. Right, and it's just a shade under £250,000. I mean,
yeah.
No, not that one. I think
it's about right.
Yeah, we'll give that a miss, I think. But when you watch those, what's that? Those 4D lathes. The ones where whatever it is, if you've got like a big solid block of alley, for instance.
Oh, right.
It can turn this way, that way, but tilt this way and tilt that way, and so can the tool. Can move around and over and down, and the intricate stuff they were making was absolutely incredible. But
look how much the tools used to cost.
£1 million. Yeah.
Maya used to be $16,000 for the full package.
Yeah.
So what a waste.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of these machines, like, are sort of like, Jesus Christ, the things you could make with these, but.
Yeah. The most impressive thing I saw years ago at SIGGRAPH was there's a machine, I believe it's a German machine, and it'll take reams of paper and uses micro knives and spray glue, and it will cut anything. They had a human femur printed to scale with cut paper and micro knives, and then you can also print graphics on the top of it on the last phase, so you can actually print a texture. Or you can print like a map, like if you have like medical notes and stuff. And it comes out with this beautiful, heavy, sturdy decent feeling femur. It's obviously heavier than a real one because it doesn't have all the air spaces.
Mm.
But yeah, it's pretty impressive shit just from a ream of paper. Yeah.
Jesus.
Some clever folks out there.
Well, there's a couple of bits and pieces that I saw that put the idea of me getting this Volterra 1 circuit board printer has really put me in doubt about it now. So there's now a couple of machines I'm looking at. Some of them are cheaper than the Volterra 1. And because we got to make a decision soon about which one we're going to have, so we can get on with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. But scene 1, it's a completely different technique. It's not 3D printing at all. It's what do you call it? Isolation. So it's like an isolation CNC for making the circuit boards, but the precision on it is unfucking believable.
Wow.
I mean, we're talking, what did they say? Some of the isolation bits are 0.1 millimeters. So it can do SMT boards. It's a breeze for it, absolute breeze. And it worked out to be about $3 or $4 grand cheaper than the Volterra 1. We're going, yeah. Plus, it will come from, I think they come from France rather than China. So it's just easier all round. So
yeah, it's also why it's going to cost more too. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking really hard at that one. There was 3 or 4 in the same bracket. Some of them looked awful. Looked like 4 bits of perspex bolted together with the mechanism inside, and it was sort of like, yeah, it's okay, but it looks so cheap and light and not great. So whereas this other thing, it's sort of like, this all-in-one thing. It looks like it's pretty beautifully built. But more importantly, there's a place up the road here that has them in stock, and they've got a demonstration one. So Fiona says, well, I'll go up and have a look and see what it's capable of doing. So we know what we're getting if we do go for it. So
that's cool.
So there still might be a new Oberheim programmer come out yet. At this rate, one hopes. So, but it's like this thing I'm doing with Dom. I mean, it's pretty much on the back burner at the moment while he's still quite ill. Bless him. He's not. I think as of yesterday, they didn't know what was wrong.
Oh dear.
So,
yeah, I sent him a message. He said he was still going through some shit. So it's terrible.
Still getting the chest pains quite bad. And so
he's been in. Has he been in hospital as well?
Well, he managed to get us to see a GP this week. It's only taken 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but there's no massive surprise to face there, is there? Yeah. And they've taken all the blood tests and all that. So at some point, if not today, they're going to be able to give him some rough idea of what is wrong, and then hopefully start some form of treatment.
Yeah.
Because at the moment he's like not really taking anything, and he's just in fucking agony. So.
And that's worse, isn't it? Because you know.
Yeah.
Once there's a treatment plan, it's you've got issues, but
but there's a path you can follow.
You're heading in the right direction. It's when you don't know.
Yeah. So up until at least today, he was just floundering in the bloody wilderness. So not good.
No.
But it was just weird how it's gone from kidneys and now it's chest. And it's like, wow, that's a bit of a difference. So. Oh, we shall see. So I'm quite sure he's not in the mood for having, long conference calls about various aspects of what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And which is absolutely fine, fair dues. But yeah, But that's okay because we haven't got all the machines I need, and I still haven't got all the room I need as well.
I was going to say, you didn't have much room for other stuff, right? Where are you going to fit that thing?
Well, this is it. There's so much stuff that has to go out. And there's a couple of people that we're chasing up. Like I said, there's one guy with about 8 things here that's supposed to pick them up before Christmas. He was picking them up. And,
guy must be wealthy.
Well, what it was he badly cut his hand.
Oh, yeah.
And couldn't drive to come and collect it. But like I said to Fiona yesterday, he could have grown a new hand in a fucking petri dish by now, so he should be able to come and collect it. You know what I mean?
Grown on the back of a mouse, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. The mouse with the most acute hearing ever, and yeah. So he should be able to do it now, and that will get rid of quite a bit. And then I can move other stuff into that spot, which clears that place, which means I can move this stuff over into that space, and then clear that space, and it's just a cascade effect all the way to where I need to be able to generate some room immediately, because I've still got 2 large 3D printers that have been in the garden since April under tarpaulin.
Man.
And I fear for their condition.
Yeah.
Even though we wrapped them up and put them into plastic bags and sealed them, and then a rug over them.
Yeah, the moisture gets inside though, and all that.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure about what they're going to be like when they come out. But they weren't high precision ones; they were bulk ones. So that they do things like supports that go inside a synth. If you needed supports where the boards would go or whatever, so that their
standoffs and stuff.
Precision and quality wasn't that important, and they're finding they get them done really quick and turn them over, and they can do large sizes. So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a massive problem if they needed sort of like taking apart and cleaning up and re-greasing and all the rest of it. But nonetheless, I'm not too fucking pleased about having them sitting in the garden this long. But there's just nowhere else to put them. Absolutely nowhere to put them.
Wow.
So, but just behind with everything anyway. I've got all these new security cameras, and doorbell with the 2-way audio and video thing. So you can see who's come to the door, and then tell them to fuck off without having to get out of your chair.
Yeah.
And the cameras with the night vision and all of this really high res jobbies. And they arrived just before Christmas, and they've been sitting on the table in the kitchen ever since. Haven't had a chance to get round to fitting them. So, and they're cable ones. They're not the Wi-Fi ones. Apparently, the Wi-Fi ones aren't very reliable. So I've got to start running RJ45s all over the fucking house now.
That'll be fun.
Well, especially if you get a thief who uses a jammer, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's the one that goes out the front is one of those black dome ones. You can't tell if they're on or off, and the swiveling's done within the black dome, so you don't know if the camera's looking at you or not. And yeah, like you say, you can do the jammers, but if they're hardwired, not so easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whereas the doorbell will be wireless. I think it Bluetooth anyway. And then they've got the 2-way. So
wait, wireless doorbell? Does it have Witty?
Where's my drink? Where's my drink when I need it? Yeah. So
wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. So, but I've got to fit all that stuff. But already the telephone calls have started with oh, can I bring in my TR-808? It's what was it? He said it was. It's cowbell needed tuning. What? To what? Why do you need to tune the cowbell? It's a cowbell sound. No, it's not original tone. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. What is the?
I forgot. Does that one not have the tune knob? I guess it doesn't. Huh?
No, it doesn't. But it's this thing where they go, okay, so what is it actually supposed to be pitched at? You're the tech. Okay, whatever, mate. They're all different. You do know that, don't you?
Wow. Hey,
Yeah,
Top Gun.
but not quite.
Did you get the MIDI file, Rob?
No. It's right. I'm going to recreate it. It's just trying to pick out what's a drum beat and what's a delay.
Ah.
How you gonna get the guitar part?
Oh, that's the bit that ruins it.
Yeah.
No, it does. I'm serious. I mean, yeah, I like the whole thing, but
that's the authentic thing. So.
Well, the guitar. If you watch the film, the guitar doesn't come in for ages.
It's to the climax, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas in the single version, it's like 4 bars. Fuck off, Steve.
When the guy says, "You can be my wingman," right? So that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real sort of like part of it, isn't it? Yes, sir. Kind of thing.
Oh, excuse me.
Did you just have a bowl of cornflakes?
No, they're bacon like frazzles, but not frazzles.
I was going to say good.
They're not the Tesco's ones, are they?
Might have been, or might have been Asda.
They're not as good as Frazzles.
No, nothing is as
like
good as frazzles.
No.
These ones, these supermarket own ones, tend to be a little sweeter.
Yeah.
But it was. So this is Christmas leftovers. This would 5th of fucking January. I've still got beer in the fridge.
We've got. We bought a load in for the boys. I don't drink an awful lot of beer. We bought a case of IPR, and they didn't drink that much of it.
No.
Should be there till next Christmas, unless anybody comes round.
Mate, I tell you, when we have this hardware jam in June, I'll be serving up fucking matchmakers.
Yeah.
We've got boxes of the bastards left over.
Right, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bring this beer down.
As long as it's orange.
Orange and mint. Oh.
Orange is cool.
Yeah, but the mints are the best. Mint matchsticks.
Yeah, they are actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had them for years. Are they made by Nestle?
What, matchmakers?
Yeah.
No, they're round trees, aren't they now?
Not
Yeah.
anymore.
Or were?
Well, yeah, we don't for years because Roundtree Macintosh as they were, which became Nestle, local company.
Same here.
Got
the
shafted
factory
by
in Norwich.
Yeah, I don't even know if they've got a factory here in York anymore. But we, probably in the 90s, stopped buying Nestle products when Nestle took them over, and I haven't had Polos since then.
Yeah, Andy matchmakers are sort of like a very thin chocolate mint.
Oh, yeah?
thing, like a
Crunchy.
stick, not sort of like grinder or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all right.
Kind of like Pocky, like the Japanese chocolate sticks.
Yes, similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the Roundtree Macintoshes lived in the village that I did a bit growing up in, and when trick or treating first kind of came over, I think we first started doing it here in the UK. Sort of, I want to say
late 90s.
No, it was about 79, 80.
Not round here, mate.
Yeah, it was early. It was at the very latest. It was early 80s. Anyway,
Mint twiglets. Yeah.
They're nothing like a twiglet.
They lived in this massive house with a really long driveway, and we all dared each other to go up there. And the butler answered the door with a hamper full of everything that Roundtree Macintosh made in Norwich, and we just Actually, that might have been a bit late. It might have been 81.
Because I'm going to say when Nestle took over, they shipped a lot of the production abroad, and that was half the problem. It was a hostile takeover, I think, at the time. Because I was working in a hi-fi shop, and obviously all the Roundtree's employees, who had shares, were coming in to buy loads of decent hi-fi because they've got all this money.
Yeah. Well, the big Roundtree's factory in Norwich is now a huge shopping mall. Thing.
I think most of the Roundtree site in York is either flats or it's going to be built on. I don't even know if there's even a factory left.
No, I'll be very surprised if there was.
Which is really quite sad, really. I mean, as a school kid, we used to get to go round the Roundtree's factory, and it was fascinating. An afternoon there, it was brilliant, and you got a selection box at the end of it.
Nice.
They were great, actually.
Proper selection box.
Yeah, it was a proper selection box. Yeah,
full size everything.
Yeah, the last time I got one of them was when I went on Cadbury's. Cadbury's used to do that.
But they don't. Cadbury's, Kraft own them now, don't they?
Do they? Because
The
they're
American
still
company?
owned by the original
No,
Cadbury
Kraft.
family.
I'm pretty
But
sure
this
Kraft
this
took them
was
over.
probably 90s.
Well, according to this, Rowntree's is now owned by Nestle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it has been for 20 years, maybe
At
longer.
least.
Yeah, yeah. But happy days.
Oh dear. Yeah, and they're talking about the demise of the factory. 150 years of Rowntree's. No,
Yeah.
less.
Been
Well,
around for a while.
the Roundtree family. I mean, when I worked at the university, they've got a building named after Seaborn Roundtree because he was very much into healthcare, and there is a small village on the outskirts of York, which up until probably 20, 30 years ago didn't have a pub, but the village was built by the Roundtree family for their workers, so they were.
But all those companies that started around there, like Cadbury's and Roundtree and Kellogg's, they all kind of stemmed from these companies that were created by wealthy men with a vision of kind of common good.
Yeah, look after your workers, they look after
that
you.
sort of thing, yeah.
It's the same over at, where is it? It's where all the mills. Is it Salt Mill? No, it's not Salt Mill. It's Salt. I was going to say Saltburn, but it's not that. It's somewhere near Bradford, where there's and the person that owned that, the big mill there, built the village round for same sort of thing as Roundtree, but they were all the same sort of thing,
Rowntree's embarked on,
thank
the
you,
first
Inverted
large-scale scientific
Saltaire.
investigation into the causes of poverty in York. The findings influenced social policy at the time of Winston Churchill. They can't say that for many chocolate companies, can you?
No, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just looking at what they used to do and going, fruit pastels, fruit gums.
Fruit. Oh, I used to love all that stuff.
Smart.
We made I think at the time it was when
Aero.
I say Nestle took them over and one of the, I might be wrong about this, so don't quote me on this, but the Nestle flooded a third world country with baby milk for some reason.
Well, literally flooded.
Well, you know what I mean.
Sorry, being facetious.
And it was something to do with that we made a decision not to buy Nestle products. Now I know they're not going to be threatened by the Cole family not buying Nestle products, but we've stuck with it. We've done that for at least 20, 30 years. We don't. Occasionally, somebody will buy us an Aero or something. But
Wasn't there something a while back about Nestle and bottled water?
They may well be
Something, yeah. So they're a big multinational corporation. They're going to be inherently evil somewhere along the line.
There was something about some money that some country owed them, and they were a poor country or something like. There was something. It just was bad practice at the time, and we thought, well, no, we don't want to buy these companies. I mean, you could say the same about Coca-Cola to some extent.
Well, yeah. Well, was Coca-Cola the biggest creators of plastic waste on the planet, and yet they're sponsored one of the COP things. It's
exactly. Yeah.
The fuck.
Yeah.
Well, back home in Italy, Ferrero, which is a local company to where we come from, based out of Turin, they had a big thing a few years ago about palm oil, because obviously palm oil, they use a lot of palm oil, but they've actually apparently, I don't have the documentation to back this up, but apparently they've cleaned up their act, and they're big on using alternatives and finding ways around, and rebuilding. So.
Oh, good.
Well, I mean, it could just be.
You don't know what
could be bollocks, but for fuck's sake, they're Italians. We know how to. It's funny. Have you been watching? Did you watch Silent Witness this week? The new series.
I never watched
First two episodes were about the Ndrangheta, which is like a Calabrian version of the mafia. So it's not the mafia in a traditional Sicilian sense. It's Calabria's across the
I can't remember what the body of water is between Sicily and the mainland, but it's kind of there, so that they've kind of got their own way of doing it. It was quite weird in a way. It was nice to see some Italians speaking Italian on British TV, but this kind of perception, I don't know, about Italian criminals. It's so stereotypical.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But saying that, my old man used to tell me some stories. I don't know how true they were about the Ciborio brothers. Who Ciborio is a big wholesaler for the UK for Italian food and wine, and they supply the Italian restaurant trade pretty much. And it's run by a couple of brothers, and apparently, anything done.
Oh yeah,
the Ciborio brothers would look after some. Yeah, I mean something you don't know how much.
Yeah, you need a horse's head in your bed.
Well, yeah,
get it sorted.
Yeah. No, there was a. I distinctly remember my dad telling me this story about somebody who hadn't paid up bills or whatever, was in lots and lots of trouble, and to scare him, they rammed his head between the railings of a bridge, and then tied a rope to his feet, and then tied the other end of the rope to the back of a car or something, and started to drive away until he eventually, because he knew he'd. So that sort of thing. Now again, how true that is, I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, well.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to disappear for an hour. I'm going to go and watch Slow Horses.
It's very good.
I'm on episode 4, I think. I mean, I've read the book, but it's pretty close to the book.
It's very good.
So we're going to go and watch that for an hour, and I'll be back. I've also just started watching Ted Lasso.
Oh, yes.
I think it was one of the boys who recommended it. I think it's brilliant.
It's superb.
It's absolutely fantastic. He's great.
Yeah,
he's a hero.
Looking forward to the new series.
Yeah. How many series has there been?
2.
All right.
One or
not
2,
as many as I thought then.
No. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of that big stuff that Apple did. Ted Lasso and the Morning Show, which
I like the Morning Show. I
did
enjoy that.
Yeah. And they're all due a new season pretty soon. But Slow Horses is fantastic.
It's awesome, and we know they're filming the next book now.
They've done it.
They've done it, have they? And I know.
Yeah, well, you'll see when you get to episode 6.
Ah, right, and they've certainly greenlit the one after that, which I think is.
They're doing up to 5 at the moment, including the first 2, which.
Yeah.
So doing the 5th one.
I'm about to. My next book, I'm reading. I always do this thing where I do non-fiction, fiction, non-fiction. I've read Martin Ware's book. I'm just finishing off a book on short stories, which was aimed at young children. Apparently, there's no way on earth children of the 70s it was, but there's no way on earth that when somebody gets shot in the head, it's a book for a small child. It's a science fiction book, and then I'm going to read another non-fiction next. So after that, it'll be the next in the Slow Horror series.
Oh, those Brothers Grimm stories are pretty damn dark, and they're for kids.
Yeah, well, I think this is it. Anyway, I'll be back in about an hour, mate.
All right,
ta-ra.
See you later, guys.
See ya.
Cheers.
Yeah, I gotta go too, guys. It's fucking work. Something's coming up, so I gotta jam.
Right,
so
take it easy,
I'll catch you later.
All right, take it.
See ya.
Bye.
What a wanker.
Then you have to do it twice.
What a wanker.
There you go. Yeah.
Now, I'm looking forward to that. There's a new documentary coming out on Disney Plus about Abbey Road Studios.
All right.
Which looks really, really good. I can't find it now, but yeah.
Fiona's on Disney Plus at the moment. She's watching The Menu.
Oh yes, I want to watch that.
It looks a bit dark for Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what's the other thing we've been watching? Oh, Invasion on Apple TV. We're on episode 6. We still haven't seen an alien yet.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is that the one we gave up on? Invasion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It gets better. Well, no, not so much gets better. It becomes more rounded.
we were watching something that it took ages for. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And
it's just focusing on various people in Japan.
Yeah, it goes around the world.
Here.
And there was an episode, I don't know if you've got to it yet, where it happens that the family in America find a log cabin in the middle of the woods with an old couple, and the old couple take them in.
Yeah.
And then the next episode is all set in that log cabin, and the lighting is so dark you can barely see anything for the entire hour.
I'll be honest with you, the Sony Bravia was struggling. Yeah.
It was just like I was.
It's quite funny though. For about 2 episodes, Fiona's going. The kid that was on the bus, the bully.
Yeah.
On the bus, she's going. God, I just want to punch that little cunt in the face.
Say what you mean.
Yeah. Don't be about the bush girl.
Indeed.
So.
Yeah, it was good, but it kind of. It didn't live up to promise, I think, is the.
Yeah, well, like I say, episode 6, episode 7, still haven't seen an alien yet.
Yeah,
Just
when you do, it's not
the damage that it's been done by them, and they just think it's another country or something like that.
Yeah, because there's the people in the Alps, isn't there? Is that? Yeah. Oh no, maybe that's another one.
That might be something different.
That's it, because we were watching that alongside the new version of War of the Worlds that they did on Disney Plus, and that was done in a way like alien invasion. You don't necessarily see the aliens, and there's different people in different countries all doing things. So it was kind of. It was. I think maybe we shouldn't have watched those things so closely because
they're very very similar. Yeah.
I mean, come on, like any alien invasion film or TV series is going to be a derivative of War of the Worlds, isn't it? So,
yeah, but it became very difficult to know who to invest in because people were just they're dead. Okay.
Moving around, yeah.
All right, move on. It wasn't them then.
Yeah.
Damn, we shouldn't have bothered listening to what they had to say. Yeah. So, there you go.
Indeed.
But I think you'll find that the Martians landed in Surrey, not fucking New York.
They did. They absolutely did. And if you go to Horsell Common, there's a memorial there.
Yeah. One of my mates from school bought a house, moved there because of War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
They bought a house in Horsell Common. Christ, did he pay through the nose for that, mate?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where my mother-in-law lived in Chobham, which is like 5 minutes from Horsell.
Yeah.
And she sold her place for a thing. But I remember when after I met Jackie, because we used to go and see her mum when she lived there. I was like, "Oh, this is fantastic! This is proper War of the Worlds." They mentioned Chobham in it, and went to Woking, and we parked in the H.G. Wells Theatre car park. And as you come out of the H.G. Wells Theatre car park, what do you see? You see the capsule. They've done a capsule in the middle of the paved pedestrian area.
Yeah.
And then a little bit further up, there's a fighting machine, and it's 50 foot tall. Well, maybe not 50, but it's a big silver fighting machine.
What design did they go for?
Pod with 3 legs.
Oh, like the album look.
Yeah, a bit more. Yeah, a bit more like that than.
Yeah, because the original is depicted more as just gantry with a brain sitting in a basket.
Yeah. They went for like a silver pod with 3 articulated legs. But I when they reissued Jeff Wayne's album, they did a deluxe version that came with like 7 discs in it, and it was all remastered and done in 5.1 and all of this. And I'm having that. And it came out the week that we were going to go and see Mother-in-Law. So I'm thinking, no problem. I'll go to Woke. If anywhere in the world is going to have the deluxe box set of War of the Worlds, it's going to be Woking, HMV. And I walked in there and I couldn't see it anywhere. And I went up to somebody behind the counter and I said, "Have you got the new release of War of the Worlds?" And they went, "War of the what?"
Welcome to multiculturalism. And poor schooling.
You live in Woking and you don't know about War of the fucking Worlds. Jesus.
It's like living in New York and not knowing about Superman.
Yeah.
What?
Yes. Crazy. So I had to get it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, although I bought the DVD because somebody, when he started doing all those live shows some years ago, I think my wife said, well, why don't you go and watch that? And I said, oh, yeah, but it's just like, it's an orchestra on the stage and a few people dressed up in costume come out and sing, and there's a few little special effect things going on. I know he's made it a lot more elaborate in sort of subsequent years. So I bought the DVD of the live show, and it's all right, but I wish somebody would do it properly. You know, do a because apparently he had plans to do an animated musical version of the War of the Worlds. So all his music and all that kind of stuff. But
well, it's a virtual reality thing now, isn't it?
Yeah. There's all the experience.
Yeah, I always worried when they put the word experience at the end of something.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Hot poker up the arse. Experience.
Yes.
Indeed.
So my missus refers to being with me. It's an experience.
I thought you meant poking up the arse. Oh, dear. Oh, yes. That was in tune as well. That was in tune as well.
How did it go?
What? War of the Worlds?
No, what you're playing.
Oh, Top Gun. I've forgotten the chords now. No, it's not. I can't remember.
No.
But it's 16 of those layered.
So it's what, a 16-foot and an 8-foot together?
I don't know.
Because it sounds like two tones.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's an octave, yeah. Yeah.
Just do an octave, but he did that on 2 TX816s.
Two?
With each module going. And that, if you listen to that sounds nice and kind of clear.
Yeah.
But with 16, it has there's more of the gong than there is the clang, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Might be able to try that out soon.
Dun dun dun.
Just need to have a word.
Many words.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Have you asked her yet?
I'm sorry. Well, it's not a case of asking; it's telling, but it's how you tell.
Right, okay. Yeah, because you kind of tell asking. Or asking tell. It's never all one or all the other.
Covered. Won't affect us in any way. In fact,
I'll
probably the
buy
biggest
you a coat and you can huddle in the corner. Because the heating ain't going on for a couple of months.
Exactly. You won't need to. Just power that up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big old lump.
It's a new coffee table.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised with how heavy they were.
Yeah. Which is why I'm going to go and collect it rather than have it shipped.
Because when I pick it up, I went, ooh, this is a bit of a lump, lad.
Yes. My only concern is when I looked at the picture.
Yeah.
And the description says, UK power supply, whatever. But on the boilerplate, it says 120. So I'm hoping that it's had a UK power supply.
I swear blind, the one I had here had a converter plate on it. And what you did, you undid the two screws, turned the plate, and it exposed the 240 and covered up the 110. And by turning that thing round and plugging it in, made it 240. Because if I remember rightly, it's just a linear supply. It's not a switch mode in it.
Got a picture of it. Yeah.
If memory serves, which since COVID doesn't. Bang, no, real bad. We have to write everything down or we'll forget.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to Fiona, did you write that down? No, I forgot. You better write it down because I'm going to forget tomorrow and you've forgotten already.
That's the one.
Oh, it is a switch mode. Oh my God. It's a DX1 power supply.
It looks very, very similar, doesn't it?
I bet you it's the same fecker.
Jeez.
And even the brackets are in the same place, mate.
Mm.
Oh, wait a minute. I did remember somebody saying something about the 816 having the same power supply. The primer board's different, though, I must admit. Or is it? Or is it?
It is different.
Yeah, it is different.
Yeah.
But that box looks awfully familiar.
Yeah, well, that perforated plate.
I wonder if it is the same thing.
But he said it's been fully serviced and everything, so... Yeah,
What? They got the dust off it?
Yeah. No, he said he spent about 600 quid getting it all fixed up.
Well, he got overcharged for a dusting, didn't he?
Well, yeah. I think they had all the batteries replaced and all the modules, and
yeah,
I imagine the power supply is probably a new one or reconditioned.
I think there's even conditioners on each synth unit
module
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the 15 plus minus 15 goes in, or is it 12? I think it's 12 on them, isn't it?
Don't know how different it is.
Yeah, I think the DXs might be 12, if memory serves again.
Yes.
So
if I can get that sorted the weekend, I might go and get that next weekend.
As soon as that.
Yeah.
That's resplendent.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I did send an email discussing collection, but I haven't heard anything back yet. Yeah, fingers crossed. I think it's just, it makes more sense than... I know that the one in America is a special one, but I just can't... It's the shipping. I can't risk it. I just don't want to risk it. Not for something that's that expensive. It was a couple £100 or something. Then you.
How many of them were made?
Sorry.
How many of them were made?
I don't know. Quite a few. They were quite a popular thing because.
Yeah, but probably not the sort of numbers that you'd normally associate.
No.
With, a production run of a particular instrument, but certainly more than there is, GS1s.
Yeah.
It must be in the 6,000 units maybe.
Yeah, sort of low to mid.
Because it was still quite highly priced, Matt.
Yeah, about $4,000 new, weren't they, back then?
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of DXs in there.
But yeah, I mean, the reason, well, when you see them come up, a lot of them are either they're not 816s, so they're missing some modules, or they're pretty beat up. Because a lot of them are used live. Like I was speaking to someone the other day who used two of them live.
Because I remember hearing some demos of the 816 when it hit the market. It was on the CD or the cassette that came with computer music, or one of the monthly pubs, and they had a track on there that was done all with 816, and you listen to it and you go, ooh, ooh. Can see what their appeal was.
Yeah. Well, they're either a workhorse, i.e., you've got a track that needs more than one or two DX7s. So there you go. There's 8 of them to play with, or you were using them live because it just meant you could stick one in the box.
Yeah, but it's like having a Hydrosynth Deluxe where you can double up the engines.
Yeah.
So like, hello.
Yeah.
Much
or you
bigger
can
sound.
put the same patch in each module, detune each of them just ever so slightly,
thicken it up,
and then
get a
pan them
bigger sound that way. Yeah.
There's a great little demo video on YouTube of a guy that's he's just playing a very short riff on the the standard electric piano sound, and he says, so here's one module, and so that's nice. So he switches number 2 module on, oh yeah, I can see. Then 3, then he does 4, then he does 5. He gets all the way up to, by the time he gets to 8, This thing is just like the most orgasmic electric piano sound you've ever heard. It's just.
Is that what they call it? The clitoris patch?
It's the clitoris patch, yeah.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
But I'm having those. I'm going through that thing at the moment. I think, God, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And times are, what happens if this or what happens if that?
Yeah. Well, I like the fact that when I pre-ordered the Osmos today, it just went, well, you just pay $299 now.
Oh, okay.
And then you can pay the balance in May.
Oh, well, yeah.
So I go, I've got bags of time then.
Yeah.
And it still won't be enough time. I know it won't. But because I'll get the email, like, pay for it now and you can have it. And I go, oh, shit, Yeah. So, you got a quiz for us, girl?
I know all the answers anyway. I was talking to your head.
Yeah. No. Oh, thanks. Oh well. What? Sorry.
We haven't been good girls and boys.
Really? How would you know that?
She's secretly watching.
The dogs told you.
I will tell her I won't bring her a present tomorrow then.
Yeah. Matt says you can go fuck yourself. And we'll let that play out tomorrow. No, she didn't hear me.
Oh, fuck.
Make sure you're wearing your box.
Oh, do you know what? Nelly copped me a good one this morning. Jesus Christ. Just coming out of the kitchen with me coffee. Boom! Like that. Coffee went fucking everywhere. Testicles went fucking up my arse or something. I don't know what happened to them. I mean, what'd you do that for, Nels? Oh, God. Little moo.
What is
You're
it?
wagging a tail?
Front paws in the cluster, is it?
Oh, mate. So I'm just going to rearrange your marsupials.
I was telling my mum about that the other day, and she said, the thing is, she said, you used to do exactly the same to any man that turned up at the house when you were a fucking toddler.
Oh, okay.
The 4 kids, she says, they never
Yeah.
remembered the other 3. It's, where's the fucking little one? And I'd run up, we lived in a Georgian house.
Yeah.
I'd run up the hallway, right in the cluster, right at the bollock.
Yeah, there was. You'd get kids that would do that.
Yeah, I was one of them.
It's sort of almost like a show of strength, and it's sort of like behave yourself while you're here.
Well, I never forgot me. There's a fucking thing. All right.
Yeah, but at least you stopped doing it when you were about, what was it, 32 or something, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. It's causing too much problems down the pub.
Yeah.
Stop doing it or you're banned.
It's no good when you're a landlord, is it?
Yeah, it was just a greeting.
Welcome to the pub.
Yeah, clang those bells.
In the cafe.
Oh, mate. Oh.
I got this sent to me today.
Ooh, what did you get, young man?
God. Art calendar.
Nice.
Harp is Art. From the Alan Hart Perman Foundation, courtesy of Mr. Andrew Ward.
Excelente.
Lots of lovely...
Was it? It was
nice.
Yesterday, the anniversary of Perman's passing.
Yeah, it's today.
Good grief.
Was it 4 years ago, I think?
3, I think. 20. Oh, no. Hang on. 2019, yeah, 4.
4 years.
It's like when I was talking to old Dave Spears today.
It smells lovely.
And I was saying about, I said this time of year is always a bit sort of weird for me because it's anniversary and my dad dying.
Mm.
And he goes, yeah, that's right. He says, fuck me, how long ago is that now? I said, 38 years ago. And he went, no, it's 48 years ago. I went, blimey.
Yeah, you were 12, weren't you?
Yeah. I went, oh shit, that was 48 years ago. Christ Almighty. Oh man. Oh no.
You can take your Pirelli calendars.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah,
that, it's
absolutely.
proper porn.
Is it what? Is it white plain?
It's funny. They're all done on the kind of like a gloss finish, an easy wipe.
You know, you're talking to that.
What-
Apparently,
They go
there
pull
was,
and be stuck together.
yeah, there is a lot of vintage synthesizers in porn films. How about that? I was informed today.
You were informed.
Yeah, I was informed. Yeah, apparently there's one
By
film
the
where
credits of the film you just watched. Yeah.
there's going to be this. They're going to end the world, and so they've got to have a massive orgy before the world ends. And the world ends with one of the women gets up and then pushes the red button, and the red button is the gate switch on a VCS3 in the corner of the room.
Since in films,
Yeah.
you know.
Schlanger's back again.
And there's a gangbang around an Oberheim 4 voice.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Just these synthesizers featured quite heavily in early porn films. There you go.
So, Ty Studio isn't only a music studio.
Yeah, well, you know he's got 3 studios, don't you? I think there's a reason for
One
that.
is a special one.
Yeah, one is the special room.
With the
That's the one with all the soundproofing.
and the tarpaulins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hose down floor.
It's a wet room.
Oh, God. No. Oh, man. Boing.
I saw somebody, was it Half God earlier, asked how Dom is.
Yeah, he's not good
Not good.
as it stands. Yeah. Still suffering from chronic chest pains. But like we said, he's seen a doc finally.
Right.
Had all the blood tests and blah, 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 blah. And he should be getting some results either today or tomorrow. And know one way or the other what's going on.
Okie dokie.
So I don't think there'll be a Mr. Wiggly show this Sunday.
For a little while, probably.
Yeah, it could be for a little while. Yeah, as you
If
say.
he's been out of it for this long, he's going to take some time to fucking get himself back on, isn't he?
Yeah, not in a good place at the moment, which is a shame. But there you go.
Yeah.
Such is the way of things. I've got a funny feeling. Yeah, because old Spearsy was saying to me today, he was complaining about his Hydrosense Deluxe keeps doing weird shit. I mean, yeah, so does mine. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Oh, it started doing it again, is it?
It does all sorts of weird shit. Like my one MIDI drops out constantly. His one, he said he got suddenly one voice had the second VCO had gone through the roof. He couldn't bring it back down. And he said, "Yeah, turn it off and restart it all again." I said, "Yeah, mate, bugs. Yes, there'll be another update soon." So he said, "Best thing to do is report it, and then hopefully there's an update comes out." So. Boogie boogie. It's interesting how. Oh, it's missing. That's why. Missing persons. Missing. There we go. Nice synth this. Any ideas?
That's right. Is it?
G-Force?
Alright. Oddity.
New one coming out soon. Look away.
Sorry, I missed that.
There was a clue the other day, wasn't there?
There was indeed. I got to hear a lump of it today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going to be happening this year. There's one thing I know that's happening, and I cannot say anything. I mean, at all to anybody, and it's really, really, really pissing me off because it's so fucking huge and stonking. It's like this is going to be brilliant, you know. But I can't. Not because it's sort of like you can't, but it's all right. It's just us. It's if I said anything, the person who told me is so close to the actual thing that they would be fingered as being the person that leaked.
Right.
And I go, oh. Hate it. I hate it.
It can be a pain.
Yes, it can. But yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there again, you do things like that though, and then whatever it is, it hits, and everybody gets to know about it, and 75% of the people just go, oh,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah, not my bag at all. Not interested. So, yeah, there you go. Fuck it. Mate. Still, there you go. So it's a bit quiet tonight, isn't it?
It is a bit. Yeah. Post Christmas lull.
Ah, yes.
God, yeah. I've had this
Is
thing
it next week? It's the one that everybody fucking hates. It's the one that anyone finds the worst week of the year.
Yeah, everyone's not great.
Yeah. This is it.
Yes.
No, it's like I said. Dave said to me, he goes, sort of like, I think you'd be sort of like, used to, it's not so poignant that your dad's anniversary of dying and stuff like that. I said, well, yeah, but this is the thing. It's not that. It's the fact that I'm still sitting in the room where he died every day, and it just suddenly becomes, oh yeah, right there, yeah. It's, it's not like oh good God, and all that. It's just sort of like,
That's why I'm sort of glad in a way that my dad passed in hospice.
Yeah, it's interesting because the word dad is very foreign tasting in the mouth. That word, it's a word I very rarely used during the course of my life because it was it's weird. So
one way or another, I'm quite fortunate. Both my parents are still here. I mean, I don't have anything to do with my dad. He's a prick, but
well, I'm fortunate to have both my parents, but he's a cunt.
It's not beat around the bush. He is. But my mum, I mean, she's a fucking diamond. But I've watched her across the last couple of years get worse and worse and worse. And she says to me the other day, "Oh fuck it, I don't want to be here in 10 years' time. I'll be out of here." I'll be like, "Oh cheers, that's nice." That's a nice fucking thing to look forward to, eh?
Yeah.
But then she fucking goes on about the state of the world and the state of the country, and she says, I don't want to fucking live in this shithole. It's not the place I grew up in. It's not the world that I knew. She says, and I can't cope with it. I don't fucking want to be here. Fun and games.
Well, like you can say that, really, isn't it?
No. But I'm fortunate, and I know I'm fortunate in that I get to see her often. So, yeah. I'm not relishing the idea of that.
Yeah, kind of. At the same time, you go, I was just, thinking about how, if I wasn't, living at home, as it were, Mum's in a place, by herself, but where we've moved, fucking 200 miles away or something like that, and she's there trying to cope today. with the way things are, huddled up in the corner with a bloody blanket on because she's frightened to turn the essential heating on. There's nowhere to fucking live.
No.
Not like after a lifetime of graph. Got nothing to fucking show for it because it's all been eaten away. So, well, God, this took a dark turn, didn't it?
Didn't it?
Fucking hell, it's just like.
Well, that's nice. That sounds like Europa hymn by Martin Gore.
Sounds like what?
Europa hymn by Martin Gore.
It's just me hitting some keys.
On a.
What is it? Rob?
Go on, guess. I'm not going to tell you.
Not the
The what?
Mini.
Mini Freak.
That is lovely.
Nice sound, isn't it?
I love it. I've still got to do the video on this, which is why that boom is now here. So I can do that, and I can do one on the DX1.
Yeah, because it's interesting how it's becoming the norm now, where you can have a tiny, tiny little thing, and it produces a big, expensive sound from it. One time they used to be able to tell roughly what a keyboard would sound like by looking at it in the shop and go, nah, move on, next one, or its price tag.
Yeah,
you know, if it was 230 quid.
Hydrosynth Explorer, 420 quid. Is it worth it?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. No two ways about it.
I might be doing another fucking road trip soon.
Yeah, any of the Hydrosynths, anything with Hydrosynth printed on it, basically, definitely recommend.
Okay.
Wholeheartedly.
I think Half God's just asked, does the Explorer have poly aftertouch? They all do, don't they?
They do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, although the Hydras tend to every now and again flip out, you may need to every now and again. So, yeah, that's an interesting question. Hydrosynth or Mini Freak?
Do different things.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I think, when the Mini Freak came out, a lot of people was asking that question because similar sort of price point, similar sort of size. You know, these kind of not mini keys. They're sort of like, I don't know what they are. Slightly wider, aren't they, than traditional mini keys? And I think people just saw that, and also the color scheme as well, because it's kind of like, I mean, the Mini Freak is that kind of gunmetal and orange knobs and stuff, and obviously the Hydrosynth is dark with orangey bits around it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, sonically, they do things in completely different ways, and I don't think it's a case of one or the other. I think it's whatever you think sounds the best. Is poly aftertouch important to you? Then if so, then Hydrosynth all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Right. Right, Hydrosense Explorer 539.
You probably get Mini Freak for 529.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Let's make absolutely sure that this does have poly AT.
Does. They all do.
It's, it seems to be going out of its way to not mention it.
No, it's definitely. If you look on the front, it says it's got whatever their branding is for that poly thing. They're all poly.
Oh yeah, it's got poly touch written on the front panel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Any difference between that and the desktop? Well, the desktop wouldn't have it because it hasn't got a keyboard, I suppose.
No, but aren't the pads? Aren't they poly?
Would make
They don't
sense
respond
if
to poly after touch.
It makes sense if it did, yeah. Yeah. Though I don't know about doing it with pads.
Kosh says the pads are poly AT on the desktop.
Yeah,
that's cool. There isn't. Is there
Yeah.
not?
It's a gorgeous house.
Where's the
Still going, isn't it?
Let's get rid of that. Just have a focus butch here at the moment. Yeah, it's still a few quid, isn't it, for the 49? If anything, the 49's come down in price since I bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 100 quid less. Not a massive amount, but, less nonetheless.
Oh, sorry, I'm yawning so much. I don't know what's come over me. Well, obviously, it's late, but...
Well, who?
Ew. Oh, do you know what? I don't know if I mentioned it to you earlier. I've had this thing with my eyes the last sort of week or two where they've been sort of like getting all... I'm going to use the word gunky, but it's not like, weeping or anything. It's just like, extra moist. And to the point where you have to kind of blink a couple of times to make things clear.
Yeah.
And I wake up in the morning sort of like, crusty bits around my eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
And some days it's been worse than others. Like yesterday was awful. I couldn't get rid of it. I've got these drops from...
Yeah, you rub it and it's still there.
Yeah. But I keep thinking, I mustn't do it. But what really annoys me more than anything is because when I wear my sleep apnea mask, my CPAP mask, there's a vent around. So basically, the mask goes over your nose and seals all the way around here, and then the pipe attaches here at the front, and then there's like a 90-degree bend, little tube, that clips in. And around that are some tiny little outlets, and that's to stop the carbon, the CO2 building up in the mask. It vents it. But the thing is, when you lie down, because the vent is kind of all the way around that nozzle, no matter which way you go, you'll get a little tiny little draft of air. And if your eyes are wet, then it makes them cold, and so I end up sort of like, oh, I've got to stop this.
Yeah,
and then you end up rubbing them and tossing and turning. Oh.
Yeah, but it must be interesting when you're wearing a mask and you've got the pipe coming out the front here like that. You think we get one of those little old-fashioned crash helmets. And you can play Top Gun in bed, can't you?
Well, now you see, the thing is, CPAP, right? The actual process of CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure, was derived from the same thing that they use in fighter jets, where they continuously pump pressurized air into the mask, and it doesn't fill your lungs; it just keeps your airways open, so that when you're experiencing 5, 6, 7, 8 G, whatever it is that you're, when you're pulling an inverted this or that,
that you don't suffocate. Yeah.
That you don't suffocate.
Yeah.
So that's that's where it came from. That's how it was.
Because it was inverted.
Hence the design. Yeah.
So yeah, but the thing is that the joint. So it's like a little elbow joint, 90-degree elbow joint.
Yeah.
And it rotates, so that the joint itself goes like that, and also the pipe, where the hose from the machine attaches on the other end, that rotates as well. So you get kind of like a full 360. So a lot of people wonder why, how do you stop yourself from, garrotting yourself or choking yourself in the middle of the night? It's never happened.
Yeah, but can you find you can go to sleep on your side?
I have to go to sleep on my side.
With this on?
With this on.
Right.
Because that's how I go to sleep. If I go to sleep on my back, what happens then is my tongue then sort of drops down.
Yeah, no, I've never been able to go to sleep on my back.
But what I found that really helped was I've got one of these pillows that has a little dip in the middle. It's supposed to be for, back.
Gotcha.
And that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so if I lie down and there's my mask is in that dip in the middle, then it's okay because it's not
pushing on your face. Yeah.
What I used to have to do before that was kind of like sleep. Like
get up to the edge of the pillows.
Yeah, to the edge of the
off.
pillow, and then it would,
Yeah.
And there are special pillows for CPAP users.
Okay.
But I've seen there's a charity here in the UK called Hope to Sleep, which has they give out advice and help, and they do rentals of like parts. So, for example, if you want to go travelling, you need a big battery cell to power your machine. You can like rent them because they're stupidly expensive.
Yeah.
But they also sell like I've got one of mine. It's basically a lining. So it's a tube that you put your hose in, and it keeps the temperature. So because what will happen is, especially when the nights get cold, the air that comes from the machine is generally warmed because you've got a humidifier, and of course you're breathing air that's coming out of your body at whatever degrees Celsius it might be. Then it hits the cold air and you get condensation in the tube.
Yeah.
And halfway through the night you start breathing and you're inhaling water, or it's making a sound, it's like bubbling.
Yeah.
So you put one of these hoses on, these hose covers, and it keeps the temperature nice and even. But the other thing they sell is this thing. It's a bit like the boom stand, and you attach it under. It's got like a plate like this, and you slide that under the mattress, and then there's this big pole, and then you hook your hose, so your hose actually sort of comes down. And I'm thinking, how on earth does anybody use one of those? Because if you move, you sort of yank this whole thing with you. I don't get it. It's weird, very strange. So I just stick it on and get under the covers. And
here he is.
Here he is,
Polyphonic Doris himself.
Polyphonic Doris. I know.
Have you stabbed any nuns lately?
I can press these two notes.
Huh? Oh.
Huh?
That is a detective documentary right now.
I've been listening to you blathering on tonight, and it's been actually rather lovely and interesting. But Rob, what? I mean, you need some matchsticks in your eyes, mate. What's going on? I didn't quite catch the bit. You said you'd been having some problem with your eyes.
Weeping eyes, and sort of like just I don't know. Today's been a lot better. And I've got these drops that help, clear my eyes, and I do a saline rinse as well. That helps. I think it was probably just dry, just dry eyes from staring at this too much, or too much.
Hence pulled.
Yep.
again.
Yeah, better looking dog.
Oh, didn't like that.
Oh, sorry.
We've got nothing for me. Sod that. I'm off.
What's that behind you, Kent, on the door? Next to Hans.
Next to Hans. What, the EPS?
Oh, is that the EPS, is it?
Yeah, and then there's...
I wondered if that was a speaker, but it's not. It's a disc drive, isn't it?
And there's Argon.
Oh, yeah.
And it's funny because it looks just like Hans Zimmer. I don't know.
I know.
Who knew in Sonic would get it so right?
They sampled Hans Zimmer.
Yeah. Look, this is my keyboard here, as you can see. This is mine.
Fucking watching Top Gun 2, and fucking Hans's name pops up. Fucking everywhere. Although I don't think he was the principal. I think he was like laundered most of it. But, yeah, fucking honestly, every fucking does he know the word no? Or word no?
And sometimes he doesn't have an option.
Well, yeah.
But Hans,
certainly
you
done a
got
lot.
to do this for us. You got to.
I have for a little while I was telling everyone that I had the studio opposite Hans Zimmer.
Oh yes.
I didn't realise he was actually at a completely different studio, but he did go into the studio opposite us a lot. I just assumed it was one and the same. And I think I saw him twice or three times, you know. So I've been telling everyone for years, hey, yeah, I had the studio right next door to Hans Zimmer. Yeah. No. I only found out recently.
It's part of folklore, isn't it? It all happens.
Sorry,
It goes
Matt,
like
what
that.
was that?
I said it, you've had to adapt it to. I had the studio next door to somewhere Hans used to go.
Yeah.
Every now and again.
Possibly.
It probably wasn't. He was probably some bloke that looked like Hans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit like that. So interesting choices for the readers' polls.
Yes.
I must admit, even though I was promoting Rolly 2, I was surprised it won.
I
I think because you were promoting the Rolly 2, I think that's why it won.
No. I think it's maybe the other two things on it. But
Well, I have to admit, I was surprised that Sample Trek didn't get that one. I was rooting for it, but it wasn't my choice. Well, it was my choice, but it was
Yeah.
yeah.
And Matt, what was yours, Matt?
What did I choose?
Yeah,
Rolly.
the Roland.
The Rolly.
Oh, the Rolly. You chose the Rolly as well.
Yeah, that's what I voted for because I've heard more of what Kent's done with it, and I like what it does. And that would be that's why I voted for it. You know, the sampling really isn't something I ever got into. So Sample Trek, no, not my sort of thing. You know, and that's just why.
Yeah. No,
Isn't it funny how that whole sort of thing, sampling used to be the preserve of the very, very moneyed few and people running around scrapyards with, portable Walkmans or Ewers or whatever.
Hitting bonnets
smashing screens.
with hammers and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. I got some great sample. I was working with a guy called Adam Fuse. He's got his own studio in Wales.
sorry.
Ooh,
He used to work at a place called Beethoven Street Studios, which was curiously in Beethoven Street. Huh? Who'd have known? Who'd have thought? And I
That is a
remember
coincidence.
we were looking for a drum sound to replace a snare,
Yeah.
and it was still being built, the studio, and it was up a really steep flight, two flights of concrete stairs in a concrete stairwell.
Yeah.
And they had all these building materials around, and they had a chain to pull all the stuff up these stairs. So we got the chain and wrapped it in a bag, and then we got 2 breeze blocks and a piece of plasterboard, and we dropped the bag onto the plasterboard and recorded it. Freaking brilliant!
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. I used that. I still got it somewhere, but that's not the thing at the moment anymore. Sampling is kind of so we've done that to death.
Yeah.
That's why I like
the idea of this thing, because you have got a microphone and you can just literally.
It's built in, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got lots of options, but it's got a built-in mic, and it's not a bad built-in mic. I mean, it's only a small little thing, but you can literally shove it in front of anything, sample it, and then mess around with it in the box. And that's, for me, that's what sampling's all about. It's not about copying instruments, although that was kind of its like original intention, but it's what people like Peter Gabriel did with it. Talking of which, his new single's out tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. First track off the new album. It's what he was doing. Those people that were sampling.
The thing with the sample track and its ilk is, for me, it's one of those things that I really, really could have done with 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Without having to take a Woolworths cassette with one of those condenser fucking microphones and wandering around in a bleeding park somewhere trying to frighten squirrels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the fact that it's all
the fact that it's, it'd be all there, and you'd be processing it and written the track before you get home. All clever.
I think the Rolly 2, however, is probably the deserved winner. It's and the reason I say that is, hang on, 79, 89, 43 years ago, I think I was working at Standard Telephones and Cables, as it then was, that built telephone exchanges. And it was just when I bought my Transcendent 2000, worked out I was I knew nothing about soldering really, and gave it to someone else to do. And there was an engineer there, and the guys that were there were very into music tech, and it was when there was a lot of analog synthesis was it was burgeoning and all that stuff was growing. The PET computer had just been released, and I remember talking to some really bright people there and saying, one day synthesizers will do something that real instruments can do, because everyone said, well, they're okay, but it's on off sort of thing, And I said, no, one day they'll do that. And I remember having this long conversation about the whole thing to do with what makes an instrument an instrument. Is the ability to be able to articulate the sound, to perform. And probably Rolly has done more. I mean, the 80 did that when it came out with Poly Aftertouch, and now that seems to be becoming common currency. But the Rolly did more to add articulation in all sorts of different ways than almost any other instrument. And I think the sound design that's been wrapped around it makes playing a much more organic experience than it's been for years.
I still want to see some sort of whether it be a program or a bit of hardware, I don't know, ideally a bit of software that captures the data coming from these MPE based controllers, and then you being able to convert or manipulate that data into non-supporting instruments, whether it be software or hardware, from there to do what you want them to do.
So are you talking about being able to take the individual data, not the channel aftertouch, but the other data, all the other bits of data?
Yeah, the actual controlling data. So, like for instance, although you got slide on the key is assigned to CC74, right, and you can assign that to any CC number. So that motion can be pointed at any particular thing you want it to do on any particular instrument. Because a lot of these instruments, you can capture the CC, so you right click on it and go learn CC, do the action, and it goes, oh, okay, so every time you do that, I'm supposed to open and close this. Cool, right? The others, the Poly Aftertouch, is not transmitted to CC or any really, the Poly AT information. See, it's hard to latch onto it and point it at something.
Do you know, I've never looked at it. Does it not display? Does it not?
It will display, but you still can't capture it and go, can you get it to work that function on that synth? and it goes.
Well, you could actually. That would be that's not a very difficult piece of code to write.
Yeah. So
Because
what I
if
mean
you-
is, there's this like these protocols are in place. The instruments are then written, you know, to go. Oh, it's got MPE support, and the MPE support is sort of like set. So when you give it MPE information, it responds to the way it was programmed to work with the MPE. But in terms of editing more than that and pointing at various things, to any unsupported stuff, and let's face it, there's a shitload more unsupported stuff around than there is supported. So, like for instance, if you could intercept that information and convert it, even if it's on the fly, so I could plug a Rolly into, I don't know, say a T8 or something that doesn't have any of that shit.
Yeah, but the problem you've got there is anything which you send it to then would, of necessity, have to be multi-timbral and would have to be able to be addressed on essentially multiple mono channels, because each note would be that's essentially what you're saying is, let's take this, split it, send it to 8 or 10 or whatever it is of this, you know, this is the TS816 stuff we were talking about the other day, Rob. It's being able to send it as monophonic stuff, so that each note behaves differently and has, you know, it's the same. You can put the same sound up, but you'd have to have 8 instances. I guess with software synths that becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, that's pretty much the norm, isn't it? You could any channel or all of the channels. You know, it's based on the, you know, plug it up on the track.
I know a man that can do that. I'm going to ask him tomorrow if he could do it for us.
It'd be interesting. When it comes to was it the SDK, as it were, for the MPE? Yeah, okay. I can't make sense of it. It is for somebody with far more brains than me to have a look at.
Oh, you have to have brains to do all this shit.
Apparently, yeah.
Jesus.
Why I ruled myself out immediately from the equation. I went, no, not
to save us jumping in.
Yeah. You know, right clicking on a control on the front panel and go learn that CC and then doing the action. I can manage that. But the rest of it is like.
Thing is, it's serial data. I know a guy that does this kind of stuff. It's serial data and it channelizes. You should be able to pick all of that out. As long as each, I don't know how it actually identifies a note in the data that hangs with the note AT data that hangs with that. But I'm sure it's going to be something like NRPNs, isn't it?
I'm thinking along those lines. Yeah.
So that wouldn't be that hard. I'm going to ask. In fact, I'm going to make a note of that, because that could be. Then you just have to build some sort of a plugin that would do it.
Yeah, if there was some sort of wrapper or something you just put on the front end.
But then it would have to go into a sequence. So it would have to be built. I'm not sure if it would be. Could you write that as a VST something? Just. Yeah, because if it's going to work, you'd have to write a different one for each. Would you have to write a different one for each? Yeah, I'll have to think about that. I'll ask my pal. That's the kind of stuff that gets me. Yeah.
It appears to be some sort of language conversion needs to take place.
But then once you've done that piece, I mean, ideally, if that's to work well, then that piece of software would not just strip out that data, but then it would spawn, it would say, all right, tell me what you're aiming this at, and then it would then open up however many instances to cover the polyphony.
Yeah.
And they'd have to be each of them monophonic. Sorry, this is dreadfully dark. but it's kind of...
Yeah, well, you are polyphonic Doris, so...
You're polyphonic Doris.
You are, it appeared to me that you should be the person that should be talking about this more than anything else.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting...
Well, actually, if it does get made into a VST or a wrapper or something like that, that's what it should be called.
Polyphonic Doris. Polyphonic Doris.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting plugin because suddenly MPE can then control anything.
Yeah.
It could control hardware as long as there's enough of it.
Yeah.
So with as you know, with Rob or with anything that's got multiple channels, as long as you've got that's multi-timbral, as long as you've got enough channels.
It's sort of like because on the roller you have the dashboard where you can manipulate these controls and the amounts and the curves, but all the the poly aftertouch stuff, it's still a very hidden thing in terms of what it is, so you can latch onto it and point it elsewhere.
What would be really interesting is that you could then start applying. So you have a chord. Let's just say you have a 3-note chord, for instance, and then you run up 3 instances, monophonic instances of the same sound. But you allow each of them to be slightly different, have a slightly different LFO, have a slightly different, detune on the chord, maybe have slightly different filters or whatever. That suddenly opens it up into being like original analog 8-voice sort of thing, Oberheim 8-voice territory. That suddenly you suddenly end up with some really, you can pan them and do anything. That's actually a really cool and groovy idea. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
That's
well, the one thing that because I had this conversation with Dave today, I said because like on the OBE, for instance, it's MPE compatible. Cool. When you do the aftertouch, if it does move a control, you go fine, great. But if you want it to move a different control when you do the aftertouch, tough shit.
Again, that's a filtering thing. It's just converting that from one to another.
Yeah.
But that's something which needs to be done on the fly.
Yeah.
And its problem is
because when you go to assign, it goes assign CC. If it said assign poly AT or assign the glide or assign the whatever, the strike or the lift, then that would be fine. But it doesn't. All it comes up with is give it a CC, and the only CC you can give it is 74, which is the glide that way, vertical on the key.
Well, that's
so I could assign that to filter, but if I wanted it to be aftertouch, tough shit, mate.
That's just about a matrix, though. A piece of software should be able to do that relatively easily. So you've got it on 74. What do you want it as? Where do you want it going? Which channel? Pick 3 channels you want it on, or 4 channels, or 5 or 6. We'll start with one and just
or all. Just do the all and be done with it. Yeah.
Yeah. And send the program change to all of those channels. So they're all, that's really rather interesting and lovely. There's something rather cool about that.
Oh, it's all dark there.
It's dark in Yorkshire.
It's grim.
Hi, Andrew.
Nesperado country.
I'm all right, mate. How are you? Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you all, and especially Matt the Twat.
Yeah.
Well, it's there. And Doctor, I can't see what that reads. Doctor.
Dick face.
No, I can't see that. No.
Boom, boom. Ooh.
Oh, it's his.
Again, it's a studio toy that I'm really impressed with that isn't a musical instrument.
Yeah, based on another one of my reviews.
This is my latest studio toy. That thing there. Oh, you probably can't read what it says.
No.
Oh,
one. I think it said 1.
It turned up today. Oops.
Can't see it.
Still can't see it. If I turn it off, you might be able to see it, actually. Is that any better?
Oh.
Another one.
Yeah.
I have no idea who sent me it. I've asked my kids, and they didn't send it, and it just literally just turned up.
In which case,
Santa
Matt and I would like to, congratulate you on receiving the gift.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, it's like when I got this in the post this morning. It was addressed to Signor Puricelli, which I thought, that's a bit. I don't get many things like that, but it had a UK thing on it with a "Please do not bend" thing, and I opened it up and pulled this out. And thought, it's a fucking art calendar. And I thought, it must be from Dina, but then Dina lives in America. I was really puzzled. And then
I took the envelope, went like this. A little note fell out saying, "Happy New Year, Robbie. All the best, Andrew. Andrew Ward." So, very nice. But yeah, we had. Was it last year or the year before? I had 2 bottles of wine left on my doorstep. So I took them in, you know, as you do.
As you do.
Cold.
Yeah.
I was cold, you know.
Milkman was confused that morning.
Yeah, I mean, needed to be up to room temperature at least. And I could not for the nobody admitted to leave it. It took me about a week and a half till somebody fessed up, said, "Oh yeah, that was for when you did that for me," or something like that. Okay, you could have just knocked on the door and get. No, we were in a rush.
Richard's in the chat.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, have they actually voted for a speaker yet? Oh, no.
Well, they hadn't. I don't know about today. They didn't yesterday, did they?
No. Well, today he lost 9 times, 10 times now.
Really?
It's just ridiculous.
I haven't been following it, but
now, so he lost the 9th one. They're doing another one. This will be the 10th.
I see Trump had a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, and none of the networks turned up.
Didn't?
Good.
Yeah, I didn't even know it happened. I don't.
Yeah, not one. And apparently, for the first 20, 30 minutes of this hour speech he done, the microphone wasn't working. Hardly anybody could hear him.
Couldn't happen to a nicer person.
No. Absolutely.
Thank goodness we've lost him. He's well, we'll see. But yeah,
We'll see in 24 because that's what he was announcing. He's running in 24.
he's not going to do 24. Well, he may think he is,
He
but
needs
he's
to get the
the
nomination
Republicans don't let
first.
him.
Yeah.
But then you see that little clique of, what is it, 20 people that are voting for anyone but McCarthy at the moment. And you think they're still causing bother, you know? They just...
That's only because he won't wear the white conical hat in the house.
Well, you see, they better be careful because we had roughly the same thing here. We ended up with Liz Truss.
Yeah.
Well, the only saving grace is her political career as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd rather it
So they
didn't
need
happen.
someone else to be a, you know.
I don't
So
think
apparently
she's coming back.
she's
back from
standing
that.
again. She says she's going to stand again next year for South Norfolk. So
That'd be good. That'd be
and they're
interesting to see
stupid
then.
enough to fucking vote her in again. So why not?
Well, the Italians kept voting for Berlusconi, so anything's possible.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. That's the problem.
Not a good
Anything is
day.
possible.
Oh, we can get a Russian oligarch in. What could possibly go wrong?
Fall out of the window.
Yeah. Do not open window. Yeah? Bad for him. There you
So it
go.
sounded a bit OMD Melotronish there for a bit.
Yeah.
Thought somebody flushed a loo.
Oh dear! Somebody let one go.
Excuse you.
Oh,
Oh, lad, that was grapes. That was. I tell you.
that had pips.
Aye.
That
Shot the
had
cat.
pips. Oh.
Nearly took the cat's eye out.
Which reminds me of my favourite joke, and I can't possibly tell it here.
What?
No, this
why
is the
not?
place to tell it.
Exactly.
Joking. Nowhere else is safe.
I told Kent a topical British joke from the 1970s, and it's still relevant today.
Yeah.
That Bernie Clifton one.
Yeah.
So
It's just the news this morning was like, the train drivers have gone out on strike because today is ASLEF. And it just reminded me of this old Bernie Winters joke. Not Bernie Winters, Bernie Clifton. I'm still getting the muddle up. Bernie Clifton joke, where he says, do you know why ASLEF is called ASLEF? Because it's what the drivers say when they strike. I left me train at station. One for the British.
One for the British, yeah.
I can't even remember what ASLEF stands for.
look it up. I can't be bothered.
No, I can't. Power to them and all that, but yeah, I can't. Remember.
I can't remember.
I was talking to my poster the other day. He's so pissed off. They're just running. He's running. The CEO's just running that into the ground.
Yeah.
And they're losing business left, right, and centre. Curry's Curry's the other week said we're no longer going to use Royal Mail.
Well, I was waiting for a parcel, and I probably said this before, but you can't track it till till Royal Mail have tried to deliver it.
Yeah, certain ones you can't.
I mean,
what?
That doesn't happen with anybody else.
But it's
The
Royal
words-
Mail is an institution.
The words barn, horse, and bolted spring to mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's pretty much done. It's a shame, but
It's a
mail's
shame.
just not. It's a bit like trying to bring back. I'm just trying to think. Bring back almost anything that's disappeared because of digital revenue. It's kind of gone at the moment. It's gone. And I can't.
Edwardian period.
Yes.
You got rid of that.
Yeah.
It was a good time. It was good times.
Associated Society of Locomotive Engineers and Firemen.
Thank you.
Well done.
Ah,
Thank you, Matt.
there you
That
go.
hasn't gone.
You bothered to look it up.
Now my posties. I mean, he's in remission from prostate cancer. Bless him. He's an absolute diamond. He's the absolute epitome of what a postman was and should be. He's a member of the community. He knows everyone. He looks out for everyone. He's the one that will. If I'm not in, he knows where my mother-in-law lives, so he'll leave stuff with her and vice versa, rather than have us traipse into town for the 2 hours that the sorting office is now open because they don't open all day anymore. And he knows everyone by name, and he'll always talk. And he was just saying, he said, "I've had enough. I can't stay." He says, I support the strike. I go on strike. I think we're being shafted, but that's it. I'm done. He said, I think he's got to wait another couple of months till he's done 40 years. That's how long he's been doing it, and he can then take early retirement. But he said, even if I do that, they've halved what they would have paid me a few years ago.
Yeah.
So I'll just get a job at Tesco, and I'll stack shelves, and it'll be a lot less hassle.
I think the problem with the post office is that they're stuck in a really difficult situation, which is, yes, they are being shat on from a height, but also the industry as a whole has changed, and it doesn't have any relevance anymore. So it's a double whammy.
Adapted, but it's not like they didn't see it coming.
Well, our postie Samantha, she's gone now because she said she goes, "It's getting dreadful."
Yeah.
I'm out of
I
it.
hope we don't
I'm
lose
out of
ours, because ours is a girl called Sally, and like your postie, Robert, she's great. She's brilliant.
Yeah.
She knows everybody.
it. Yeah, our one was good as well. But
Yeah.
weirdly, we got a new postie, and she's blonde and younger, so just as good.
Well,
What you
a
say?
friend of mine lives up in Newcastle.
She wears shorts even when it's bloody freezing out there. She's in shorts.
They all do. It's crazy.
Right.
But yeah,
What?
my friend that lives in Newcastle, her and her husband are both postmen or postman people.
Posting
Postman woman.
packs.
Yeah.
Postables.
And I mean, they've done all right for themselves, and they get paid reasonably well, but they're just getting shafted now as well. The things that they're asked to do and the things they're told not to do anymore. She says, I love every single one of my customers. I know them all, or most of them all by name, and I look out for the old people and all this kind of stuff. And it's true. I mean, like, if Mick had something for my mother-in-law and he was worried, he'd literally, well, he wouldn't drop everything because that's breaking the law. But he would come straight round and tell us. And I used to know someone whose job it was to spy on postmen.
What?
Yeah, and they were employed by the Royal Mail.
Royal Mail.
And
That doesn't surprise me.
They would have a person that would go around, because it is a law to abandon the Queen's Mail, or the King's Mail as it is now.
he is. Yeah, he is now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Used to be female.
Yeah, so it's against the law to abandon the mail, and
Tell that to my ex-wife.
But he would spy on, because sometimes they have these little trolleys, don't they? And he said he would find some that they would take the trolley and they'd just park it at the bottom of the cul-de-sac, take what they needed and go around, and then come back.
Sometimes they do that around here.
Yeah. Not allowed to do that.
I know, but they do.
Yeah,
because
I wish they had spies for UPS.
Oh God, yeah.
Evening, Richard.
He's just gone.
Is he?
Oh,
Yeah.
doing a date with the missus.
That's a shame, Richard. I was just about to mention the Roman Cloud stuff you were downloading today.
Yes, he approves.
I've not looked at any of that, really.
That's good.
probably just
Most of it's
as well.
quite good. And in fact, since I got the sample track, I've been much more interested in the sample content that they provide, which is a lot. I was never really interested before, but now I thought, oh yeah, I'll download that and stick it on the card and play around with a few bits. But the synths are exceptionally
I was going to ask, has anyone built a System 700 plugin?
No, none that I'm aware of. I wish Roland would.
Have they done a System 100?
I'm going to say, is it open source then? Can anybody do it?
Well, now, yes.
Thinks. Don't know. Well, you couldn't call it.
No,
Roland would.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you go back 20 years, Roland weren't bloody interested in any of their heritage.
No.
Well, no. We don't chase analog ghosts.
Yeah.
Except
apparently.
when we chase analog ghosts.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. Now, there is a System 100. No, I always get this wrong way around. The System 100M, is that the modules or is that the little keyboard with the bits that go around the side of it?
System 1 is the keyboard version. The System 1M is the 19-inch rack mount.
No, the 100, the old stuff.
Yeah.
I thought, I thought, let's have a look.
So what's the modules? Is that the 100?
You got System 101, which was the
I thought
keyboard.
the modules was the 100. But
No, the modules is the 100M.
all right.
Right.
Because
So
the
the
M
system-
stands for module.
Well, that's what I assumed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And then the System
there is-
100 is actually a single.
keyboard.
No,
synthesizer.
it's a single System 700 voice.
Okay.
So it's a VCO, a VCF envelope generator.
In a
etc.
keyboard.
Yeah. But it's exactly the same
And then
electronics.
you've got the mixer bit that you can stick on the side.
Yeah, the
and the patching.
102 was the expander, which was another another VCO. The 10 was it the 103 was the sequencer?
Mm-hmm.
It might have been the 104, the 103. The other one's the mixer with the spring reverb in it,
Yeah.
and the 105s with the speakers.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a System 100 in Roland Cloud. But not
Then you can make a 100 System 700 by just simply adding 3 of them together.
Okay.
Or if you want to do the block as well, obviously, then 9 together. And you've got a System 700.
See, I'd like them to do, the modular one, the 700, like Alex has got. I wouldn't mind having to play with it. I wouldn't want the hardware, forget it. But
Oh, the hardware's beautiful.
oh yeah, exactly. But
Oh, no, honestly, just the way it's built and everything, it's just
yeah,
absolute
I've seen
gorgeous.
Alex's. It is amazing.
Gorgeous.
I didn't realise it was the same electronics.
Yeah, the 100 and the 700 are literally identical. You could literally use the same service manual.
Well,
Yeah. So, the 700 has that deliciously warm sound that the 100 had. Because I've always found the 100M to be a little bit colder than the 100. But still, by today's standards, the 100M sounds warm, if you see what I mean. But the 100 itself is it's just lovely. All those twangy bass notes that you hear on lots of early Depeche, and it's like, oh, fucking hell.
I remember Tim Simonon had one, and it was an astonishing piece of kit.
Yeah.
Astonishing piece of kit.
Yeah, built like a brick shit house. Still done with that thing where, we'll put the paint on the front panel, don't bother putting any primer on it. Don't worry about spidering, mate, that's not a problem. Why is it rusting from underneath? What the fuck's going on? Yeah. But there again, the 100Ms are beautifully built. They just read
I could have
quality.
picked one of those up for £500,000 from Reverb.com.
I remember walking past a complete System 100 to go and put a deposit down on a Mirage. Again, no, do it in the mouth, make sure.
Yeah, but we all did that.
Yeah, we all did
that.
Yeah, there was a VCS 3 beside it for 400 quid as well. Yeah. I bought the stunning Mirage.
Mirage was a great machine, though.
Yeah. But you go on 30 years and you're there going, I'm going to poke my own eyes out with a stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because now you had sort of like 30 grand's worth of synths, whereas the Mirage is worth, what, £4?
About that.
Although, actually, the Mirage I have now is actually a rare one. Who thought there was a rare one?
Why?
It's a Mark 1 case, but it has the DSK livery on it.
Ah.
Yeah. That's that for fucking weird.
Well,
So it's neither. It's not a Mark 1 and it's not a Mark 2. Yeah. Still sounds like a Mirage, mind, but. Yeah, I sold that to Ty for 200 quid about 2 years ago. It's got a shitload of storage fees on it now. About $4,000. If anything's going to get him in, it'll be that. Because he's doing his accounts, isn't he? Go, fucking how much? Don't make it like that.
I wish I hadn't let go of my PS3300. Fuck.
Well, then it hit because it broke when you let go of it, surely. I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry about that.
What about 3300?
Mm.
I loved the sound of it. It was just horribly the card mounting slots at the back just broke.
Yeah, they keep splitting. Yeah,
but it was a lovely sounding machine.
Right, split like a bloody bastard. Yeah, I come up with a repair for them.
What?
And once
lighter fluid?
Yeah, no. Once I perfected this repair that would push them back together and hold them, they became available again. Those sockets. Oh, you fucking. All right, I'll have 50.
I tried Araldite.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not having it, mate. You're just not having it.
It didn't.
No.
It didn't.
No, they started making those sockets again. I don't know why. Something somewhere. Somebody had got a job lot of them done up, and they made fucking thousands of them, and they became available again. It's like those weird plugs that are on the GS1s. You can now buy them again. So, okay. Actually, I think they're very similar to something that goes on the back of the Fairlight as well.
What's that?
A connector. It's about 20 way, D-shape, with little clips to hold it on. You've got a tongue and.
So it's like a SCSI, almost.
Yeah, like a SCSI connector. Yeah, but it's 20 way rather than 25.
Yeah.
And I was able to get new ones for it.
So it's a SCSI.
Yeah, SCSI.
SCSI.
Yeah. So I've got them fitted. Hopefully that thing goes tomorrow. Bye. Don't come back.
So I guess when I said I had a PS3300, what I meant was I had a PS3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, gents, I'm buggering off because I've got a long drive in the morning.
Oh, you have, haven't you? You going anywhere special?
Yeah. It's some old twat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Go and annoy him for the day.
No, poor fella. Never mind.
Just remember, hands
not my problem.
down as you walk through.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Cover thy groin as the front door is opened.
Yeah,
There'll be a brown thing coming at you.
I'll come in backwards.
Take 2 bottles of wine with you and leave them on the doorstep.
Get 2 bottles, but I'm not putting them in front of my cluster. Come back home tomorrow night with fucking glass in your palate.
Well, I'm sure Charlie will give you a lovely rendition of one of his favourite tracks when you come in.
I look forward to
He's
it.
getting very singy lately.
Is he?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Werewolf
Nice.
of London.
Yeah, the werewolf. Yeah. Little froth bucket.
I'll see you all soon.
Cheers, Matt.
Bub. See you
Cheers,
tomorrow.
Matt.
Will do. Ta-da.
Ta-da, bub.
What a wanker.
What a bang, huh?
Tosser. Absolute tosser.
Yeah, no, I'm going to give him a Jupiter 8 front panel. He wants to hang on the wall. It's like a dog with 2 dicks over there. If I could, I'd give him a whole JP8, but I haven't got one. Could do with the room. Yeah, get that lump of shit out of here.
Isn't it funny? I remember using the JP8 such a lot in the day, back in the day, and I tried playing one not so long ago, and I'd forgotten it doesn't have velocity. It's not velocity sensitive.
No.
And it's just really, really odd because that's why when I bought the MKS80, it was a choice of that or the Jupiter 8, and the MKS80 was velocity sensitive and had MIDI, and that was it with the MPG.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those weird things they did where you go, do you know what? We could just put the Juno 60 keyboard straight in this. Go on,
And make it 8 notes.
Yeah, boom, there you go, done.
Well, it wasn't a Juno 60 though, was it? Not quite, because it had 2.
Oh, electronically, no, but the keyboard was, literally the same thing. But it was wired differently, but because it could do the split.
That's right.
Yeah. But obviously all the knobs and slider bits and everything like that were pretty much interchangeable between the two of them.
Good sounding synth though.
Yeah.
All their stuff was then.
Yeah, and stonkingly built.
Yeah, really well built.
You knew you were getting quality when you bought a Roland back then.
I never touched that stole my MKS and MPG. I'm going to.
Yeah. Still haven't figured out who owns the 3-year. 2 of them with programmers.
Really?
Yeah, 2 of them got PGs with them. It's mad, absolutely mad. It was interesting though, this Nord lead rack thing. And the guy said, "Oh, yeah, the button's broken. You put a bit of tape over it and everything like that." It's just because it's just not working. We think there's something seriously wrong with it. And I opened it up, and there was a crisp stuck in it.
Beats the dead spider.
Yeah. So flick, crisp got all stuck. It just broke all the crisp away. Yeah, that's perfect. Put it all back together again. Yep, fine. Got to be a crisp stuck. There you go.
Oh, I was opening up that QX1 where we were talking the other day, Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the QX1.
Did you find the screw?
I found the screw, dropped it again, found it again, and then just thought, fuck this for a game of soldiers. I just couldn't be bothered. Because I had to take the whole main board out to get to where the board with the screen was, and I just, there's cables, and I need to prise the cables out, and then need to remember which cables go where, and no, forget it. Which is half the reason why I bought that, because rather than open it all up, I could just lift the lid and go like that and blow the dust out. All it is, I've got under the screen of my QX1, sort of between the actual LCD panel and the perspex, there's some dust, and it's annoying me.
I've got a hair with a little something on it on a P2500, and it's just annoying that it's been like it for almost 20 years,
Yeah.
And it annoys me just as much now as it did when I first got it.
It's like my prophecy has got thunderflies that have crawled in through the tiniest gaps
Oh, wow.
and have just died. And that's sealed. I can't. I mean, I would have to break it and get a replacement to put. Fuck it, I'll live with it. But they're all around the edges. These little things. Bastards.
That's what I used to hate about the JP8s when you clean the front panels. If any moisture gets under that Perspex plate,
Oh God, yeah.
Oh,
it
I've missed
stays
out.
wet for months. And I had to open it up and take it apart and now
Is
fucking
that
go
screwed
out
up
the
from
door.
the inside?
Yeah, it's a bolt. It's the chrome bolt goes all the way through,
Right.
and then there's it got to go through the Perspex, through the panel, then the red filter, then the display unit. Oh no, sorry, a spacer, then the red filter, then the display unit, then another screw goes into another spacer, and it all sandwiches together. So it's like, fuck, taking all this apart again.
That was over-engineered, wasn't it?
Oh. Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day about the whole thing of how we all used to program essentially from a 2-line display with lots of knobs and buttons and things. Some of us have more controllers, depending on what synth we're using. But
You'll get those hours back again.
well, the funny thing is, I was thinking about this, and I just got one of my old doofers out, and I was just playing around with it much the same way as I used to. And then I decided to play with a synthesizer. and what's really interesting is looking at it through today's eyes. Yes, that is that is the case. It's going to take hours, and you've got to go through and do all this. But actually, what happens is once you get back into the rhythm of it, once you understand it, you end up holding essentially almost like a patch map of the whole synth in your head. And so you're not actually staring at you're just using that as a reference point from time to time, but you're flying around doing this stuff because you know where everything is. And that 2-line display, there's something, it's something kind of zen about it. And I noticed that with the DX5 the other day when I was tinkering around on that. It's just, I know exactly where to go and how to do that stuff. It was a really interesting experience going back to it. In fact, it was on an old S1000. It's on an old S1000 where everything's hidden, but menus within menus, or 1100 or something. And it takes no time at all to get back into that. And you remember, where everything is. You can almost intuit where the pages are. So you fly around this thing. And it didn't, I found I wasn't losing a lot of time because I knew I had a workflow that was already hardwired that got me there really quickly from any one point to any other point.
Yeah, it's the same when I started using the Mirage again. It was sort of like, and 10 minutes later it's like 33. Upper, that was somewhere. The lower, lower 3. Yeah, go that
I'm
one.
like that when I'm doing like my e-learning authoring. I have a tool, and I know my keyboard shortcuts, and I don't have to look at it. I can just do Control Alt this, or Command this, or Option that, and it's all just kind of you just get to a point where the muscle memory engages with this mental image in your head, and you're away.
Yeah.
And then you look up at the screen and you realise you've just completely lost everything you've done in the last 10 minutes.
You forgot to push save. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's where a lot of the heartache came from, is where you have several of these machines, and although they all work on the menu diving system, they were all slightly different from each other, and each one seemed to have its own discipline. And this is where the love of knob per function became quite appealing. Because you get a new machine, you go, right, I've got to learn all the menu diving that this does and what route it takes and where they put it and the rest of it. It's like
the Korg menu diving drives me up the wall because everyone's ever so slightly different.
What about Yamaha's job lists?
Yeah.
Oh.
job this, job this, sub job, job, sub job, job. Everything's a fucking sub job. But like you say, you know, I mean, with the DX5, I've kind of got used to that. You know, job, sub job, and I can go in and, you know, how many presses of a button it takes to get you to the thing you want to do. Yeah. But the QX1 uses the job table, so does the QX3. I think the RX5 does as well. A lot of their stuff did. They had this job thing. There's just jobbies everywhere.
It's a jobby.
Jobby.
I'm going to go and get a drink.
I poke it with a stick and he wouldn't go away. Yeah, but I mean, you know, you got this thing with that on the M1 when you used to go into the system and you'd be scrolling along and you think it would go from most relevant to least relevant.
Yeah.
And it didn't. It was like, they go, oh, no, this, well, I don't know, fucking, oh, here we are. Here's the local control on.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, bastard thing.
Yes, I remember the M1M. Or M1R, wasn't it? M1 rack.
M1R, yeah.
I had a rack-mounted M3R.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With loads of cards.
Got some great sounds out of that. Some really, really good stuff came out of it. Yeah. But within I don't know, a year of not touching it and then going back to it, I was just looking at going, what? How? What? With who?
Yeah.
Did you do?
It's like I remember getting the waveform card for my M1, and it was not fucking cheap. No. And I think it gave me Saw and something. It's like only 2 waveforms on it.
Yeah.
And I go,
really?
Yeah. And I go, this will completely change the way your M1 sounds. I put it in, loaded up various patches and stuff, and went, no, not really, no.
No.
A different kind of digitally rumply sound. It was like 179 quid or something for this fucking card. I was expecting this whole new synth out of it. And I go, oh, I know Sawtooth. I'm familiar with them. And you put it in and you go, oh, that doesn't sound very Sawtooth. Oh, dear.
I found some Steinberg RAM cartridges for the DX5.
Oh, yeah.
They used to be sold by Psycho. Do you remember? They had 8 banks.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, for some reason, I don't know why, it wasn't responding on one of them. Batteries are still working fine, so I plugged it in. And it's asking me, do you want to format this? Or rather, to make this work, you have to format it. So I tried formatting it using the DX menu system.
Yeah.
Not a thing. Didn't want to know. Still got no idea. There were some really nice presets on there as well. Like I just can't get to them anymore. I twonked it up. So I'll just have to twiddle away and get them again.
Yeah, because there used to be... What was the mistake that people used to make on...
Buying one?
No, there was something about...
I've still got one. I love it. But...
It might have been something like ESQ or something like that, but it was one of these ones where you had a program cartridge slot and a memory cartridge slot, or something like that. And woe betide you if you put them in the wrong slot. Yeah.
And it didn't occur to them to make the slot to make the cartridges one with a slot and one without, or something.
Or something like that. So
so you couldn't put them in.
Yeah.
But we had my first Mirage. Remember clearly at the music shop. What I wanted was the expansion for it, but it was really expensive, and it gave the sequencer up to 333 notes. Fucking huge, and there was a this cartridge for it, and I'm on the phone to them. My girlfriend's taking the M1 in, the Mirage in, and she goes, yeah, they got a cartridge here for the Mirage. I went, yeah, okay. And what it does, it goes in the slot in the back. And he goes, whereabouts, to the left or to the right? And I go, no, it should be the width of the slot. So anyway, they plugged this thing in and they turned it on. I went, oh, it's not working anymore. And what they put in it was a memory cartridge for fucking ESQ1 in the back. Yeah. So off it went to London Synth Centre to be repaired. It cost 850 quid. And then later on, obviously, when it became more au fait with electronics, I found that what they'd done is replaced a 28p quad op amp. That's all they'd done, and they charged 850 quid for it.
Did they charge you, or did they charge the?
They charged the shop.
Yeah.
Because the shop fucked it on the counter. Oops. So because this thing said Ensoniq in it, I go, oh, it must work then.
Who got
There you
fucked
go.
on
Now
the
you're not
counter?
rude.
Huh?
Who got fucked on the counter?
My ex-girlfriend.
Well, hey, you missed that, Rob.
Yeah.
What's the story?
So you have to watch that back later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Three,
I
three
absolutely
hours,
won't.
3 hours and 15 minutes, mate. You have to go back to.
Yeah, back, and then just go through it again. Yeah. Also a big sound.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yellow.
Whom?
The band.
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've got those samples.
Oh, you bought a tennis ball, have you?
I've got those yellow samples.
Have you? Nice.
With a whole bunch of other Boris content.
Just noticed I hadn't had the feed. People are still what? We're talking twaddle, right?
Yeah.
And people still.
Because it's still better than watching TV.
That is very, very true. That is very, very true.
Yeah. Be the Great Hoover fucking competition or something on. We'll take 4 celebrities who are people you've never fucking heard of or seen before in your life, and they're going to see who can hoover a front room quicker.
Hey, now that's much more interesting than actually what we.
Yeah.
I'd watch
And
that.
there's probably a BBC fucking director somewhere going, oh,
That's a really good idea.
I can nip
I
that.
tried. You know when Ty was talking about the he was talking about the traitor thing.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
good.
I just couldn't get on with it. I watched the first episode and thought it's like watching
Yeah.
fucking paint dry.
Well, I watched it for half an hour and I got fed up because,
Yeah.
Claudia was not removing any clothing at all. And I said, oh, I'm not interested now.
That's yeah.
She's got good hair
was
though.
amazing hair. What a freak.
Yeah, she knows how to bang, doesn't she?
I wasn't sure about why that was on. I just didn't see the point. You know,
It's called
reflecting-
cheap.
Other than
programming.
reflecting government policy.
Cheap programming.
The funny thing was, my daughter, my wife started watching it, and after the first episode, she says, "You've got to watch this. You'll love it." I'm going, but it's like a bunch of random, it's like a reality thing, but a bunch of random people. The only thing it's got going for it is Claudia. So I'll watch it for that. And I ended up getting quite into it, but only the bits. So they'd get up in the morning and find out who'd been murdered, and then they'd go off and do a task. I couldn't give a fuck about the task bit. It was the bit around the table and the psychological stuff. That's the bit that kind of really interested
I
me.
whizzed through bits of it in that first episode. I thought this is just those were the bits that were interested. Yeah,
Maybe,
and I saw a bit in the second episode when the person. I wanted to know how they were murdered, but they didn't actually murder them, did they?
Yeah.
No.
But it's like,
Which is quite a
with
shame,
Fiona,
really.
when Fiona was watching I'm a Celebrity, for instance, and I go, oh, there's things where they're just talking to each other and stuff like that. I said, can they just get to the point? She goes, what? I said, well, they just feed Matt Hancock another dog shit. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Just do that for 3 hours.
But the thing with this Traitors was, my daughter sat there and she goes, "Oh, this is just Among Us." And I
Yes,
looked
it
at her, I
is.
said,
Yeah,
I said,
it is.
"What do you mean it's Among
It's
Us?"
a game.
And she goes,
Game.
"It's a game."
It's a game. Yeah.
And,
What did
and
I-
she's got it, and she showed me it, and and it is.
It's
It's
exactly
just,
that.
just
Yeah.
they've taken the video game, which is little alien creatures in space, but it's somebody's, there are bad guys, and you have to root them out. and yeah, they've just basically taken the concept of this popular video game and given it to I don't know 50, what was it, 15 people or something.
I mean, what was Fiona watching? Because she fell for this whole, it's just a normal show with the word Christmas put in front of it. I'll tell you what it was: the Christmas pottery throwdown.
Right,
And she was watching that, and it's like,
I didn't know that was on.
And with the Great British something.
It was just a one-off thing. It was 4 celebrities are going to make something out with pottery.
Because Jane watched the sewing bee one. She's into the sewing.
Yeah, she likes the sewing with Esme and all that.
I have to say, Jane got me to watch the normal pottery throwdown, and I sort of quite got into it. Sort of.
Yeah, well, I was waiting to see which effort by one of the people he was going to burst into tears over.
Oh yeah, because he always bursts into tears.
He gets so emotional about pottery; it's unreal.
Yeah, bless him. Yeah.
Well, wasn't there one about interior design as well?
Oh, I don't.
Well, it's probably loads of them, isn't it?
They all look like Bake Off.
It's all makeover. It's exactly the same format.
Sewing bee,
pottery,
interior design.
Yeah.
And despite 46 letters, the BBC still haven't taken up my offer to do nun stabbing design challenge.
Celebrity nun stabbing, no less.
Celebrity nun stabbing.
Christmas celebrity
hosted by Michael Nunstabber.
What was the other thing she was watching? Oh, she watched the Christmas edition of that Lego thing.
What Lego thing?
Oh yeah, there's
with Nish Ranganathan. Nish Kumar. Yeah. And this week it was 4 celebrity couples making stuff make a Christmas scene with Lego.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, I know.
That whole Lego building thing is a big deal.
It's a big.
It's huge.
And you've got professional Lego builders. Professional
I've got
Lego
books on professional Lego building.
Yeah, if you want millions of followers on your YouTube channel, just do stuff with Lego.
Yeah,
do you know,
but
one of the biggest disappointments
a British
I had,
Bake Off version of Lego.
Yeah,
I think
but one of the biggest disappointments I had was finding that professional Lego builders use glue.
Do they?
Really?
What?
Yeah. Because there's no way on earth that some of those constructions they make could, the tension between the bricks is not there, and so it would just collapse. So they still build it, but they glue it.
That seems like cheating to me.
I once got headhunted by Lego.
Did you?
Did you? What did you do to them?
Did you have a little face on them when you turned the head? It went from happy to sad.
They flew me over to Denmark to their
Is that
corporate
head? Can you just take that hair off?
This
They
one.
They wanted to model you for the grumpy old man piece.
They flew me over
with
to
the little because you had the
grumpy old
right
man
shaped
piece.
hands.
headquarters, and in the middle of the headquarters, they had this staircase, and halfway up the staircase, there was this circular flap, which apparently, what I should have done as I walked past it was push it, jump in it, and go down to the bottom on a slide, because that would have shown that I was a child.
Okay.
And it was, I was there. I was, they came to me because I was doing something to do with building synthesizers from component bricks. Essentially, we were looking at all sorts of things. Where here's an oscillator, here's a filter, here's a control, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they liked what I had to say technically, but they felt I wasn't. They felt I
wasn't immature enough.
Wasn't childish enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you tell me that the Lego head office isn't actually made of Lego, I'm going to be supremely disappointed.
It's not made of Lego.
Yeah. In the interview, they go, "Have you ever had sex with a lady?" Oh, you have. Mm-hmm.
But it's all in the same primary colours as Lego bricks.
Oh right, okay. Well, that's
and there's lots of buildings, and it's an extraordinary place.
My youngest
they are a bit weird.
My youngest son and his partner, 3 years ago, bought me the Lego Me.
Oh right.
Yeah, which is great actually, because it's got Sinner's music on the back jacket. It's got a guitar. It didn't come with a keyboard. It came with a guitar. But
I've got
brilliant.
a Prince Lego figure in a frame, holding a guitar. It's got it's it's Prince.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least
Andrew,
Lego
Harry,
moved
or
on.
William?
No, just Prince.
You know,
The only
at least Lego moved on because I mean, I wanted to build things like a racing car, but you had to use the wheels from a 1914 tank carriage.
Yeah, or a Wild West wagon.
Yeah, or a Wild West wagon. Yeah, so like not very Formula One. That won't go around corners properly.
I used to, because we couldn't afford, all the Star Wars models to put the figures in. We used to make them out of Lego.
Lego, yeah.
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 Although my son actually just went into the garage. So in the garage, we've got boxes and boxes of Lego that the kids kind of grew out of. And for some bizarre reason, the other day he said, "Where is the Lego?" I said, "It's in the garage somewhere." He says, "Oh, I just fancy building something." And he rooted through and he found all the bits to build a Lego TIE fighter that he had when he was like 10 years ago or something stupid.
Yeah.
So that's now in the games room set above. Yeah.
I preferred Meccano.
Meccano was great.
Yeah, I loved Meccano.
Yeah. Isn't Meccano the company that, because it never broke, they went bust? Is it Meccano?
Probably.
Yeah.
Because it was so well built, because it was just strips of metal, wasn't it? And
or sheets
nuts
of
and
plastic.
bolts. Yeah.
Yeah, but the same thing could be said for Lego, but they managed to get through it. It never breaks.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. But
So they
but
obviously did
Meccano
something-
was
Meccano
so
did something
expensive.
like- Was it? I
It
can't
was.
remember it being expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fucking pricey. If
I
you wanted
did have it as a
Meccano
kid.
10, it would cost
Lego
you.
wasn't cheap.
Was it 599 quid for Meccano 10? And that's in like mid 80s.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. But I do remember having it as a kid and loving it.
Because apparently you could build a crane, one of
You could
a
build
really
any-
big,
almost-
big, tall,
Yeah.
proper
Almost-
crane,
almost
motorised.
anything.
Yeah. But then it still had those big plastic bloody cannon carriage wheels, though.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
That was it.
Unless you were really particularly perverse, in which case you built square ones.
Yeah. Mind you, the people were retasking Meccano to do R&D, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Building
yeah.
mini gearboxes, which
Yeah.
they designed it using Meccano,
Yeah.
which is it was a really good gearbox, actually.
I used to love Airfix kits.
Ah, yeah, well.
Me too. Used to build
I used to
them.
have all. I used to have, well, I say all. I used to have a ton of the. Was it the 170? What was the scale? Oh, it was 1 to 176 or something. They're sort of like this big. And I
Yeah,
had,
something like that. So you could have something like a de Havilland, and it was about
Yeah.
maybe.
I'm sure it was Airfix where you could build when the space race was on. So I built a Saturn V rocket, and it sort of stood like
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
had this full size Saturn
yeah,
V.
and it had, it had the lunar module inside.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was it did a bigger version of the Apollo command module, and I
Yeah.
also had the lunar, which was probably about this big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. I used to love doing all that sort of stuff.
My uncle bought me the Saturn V that stood about 4 foot, didn't it?
It's one of it's the only thing I ever built with my father.
Yeah.
Father
And
wasn't
stage
great
one
at-
and stage
yeah.
two would separate.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
actually
right.
built it together, which was
Yeah. Well, that's really what it was all about, wasn't it?
yeah.
I think the last one I had was a Spitfire that was, I think nose to tail was about that. It was
wow.
it was a big one, and it had a motorised prop.
Yeah. I remember
And it-
building Traffic's engine,
Okay.
and it worked as well.
Hmm.
I never painted it because it was all green. It wasn't meant to be all green. I remember that.
Somewhere in my garage, I've got a book that is a paper clock. So basically, each page has all the bits on it,
Bits
and
to
then
make it-
but it's
Oh,
thick.
And you press it out.
No, you have to
From the
cut it.
pages?
There's no
Oh, you
press.
get-
You have to cut this out
Oh,
and then build, construct and fold it, and and I never made it, and I think my mum found it in her shed.
Oh,
or
you've got to
something.
find that.
I know,
You got to build it, man.
but it was, yeah.
Wow.
There was lots of folding, to create, because what you basically did, you created, 3-dimensional components through folding and gluing and tabs and all that kind of stuff. And Yeah, it seemed like a bit too much.
Yeah.
So, no, never got built. So it's in the garage somewhere. I'm sure I'll find it one day. Give it to the grandkids. There you go. Because my two are too bloody old.
I remember repairing other things using parts from Meccano kits before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very useful. Except those nuts kept bloody coming loose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
No matter how tight you
There
made
was no
them,
real-
they'd come loose again, wouldn't they?
I'm right in thinking there was no washers. It was just nut and bolt.
Yeah, it was just nut and bolt, yeah.
So there was nothing to really hold it.
Yeah.
But you could use 2 nuts. To make
Yes,
a lock
you
nut.
could. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There is
Forgotten
that.
that. Yeah. Oh, Chris had saying Duplo. We got rid of most of our
Duplo,
kids'
yeah.
toys. We've got Duplo in the garage, a great big load of it, because whenever we have grandchildren, Jane reckons that we'll use the Duplo. We've also got Stickle Brick, Chris said.
Stickle bricks.
Stickle
bloody
Brick's great,
hell.
actually.
Stickle brick.
And they still didn't hurt as much as walking on fucking Lego.
No, it didn't.
Lego.
Well, it was the principle of the bed of nails, isn't it? It's lots of tiny little things
Yeah.
rather
yeah,
than just
yeah,
one
exactly
big
so.
shop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I always found that the red roofing Lego bricks
Oh, little
hurt
wedges.
the most. Because as you walked on, they also
Yeah.
went over as well. And you're like, "Oh, your mother!" Yeah, yeah. Scott had loads of them lying around on the landing in the mornings. Oh, so much French was spoken, I tell you.
Merde.
Yeah. Merde, attention, le con. Oh no, but it's, le pointer, no. What are you talking about, Uncle Kane? Nothing. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. It's just, I have just walked on Lego and hurt my fucking foot. There is fucking claret everywhere. Yeah.
ACO head, I've been building all my old Lego sets with my nephew lately. Lots of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you can spend some real quality time
Yeah.
with the kids and that.
I've still got all my kids' sets as sets. They're not all in, they're all in separate boxes, and they need a little bit of sorting out really, because one of them's a robot and there's a castle. There's all sorts of stuff really, and they won't let me get rid of him, which is I don't want to anyway. But
Yeah.
but I haven't got anywhere to put it. I haven't got anywhere to put them out anyway. I couldn't just have one display.
So I've still got those bloody bikes. Although we didn't have to put them together. You remember this, don't you? Like this one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
From Orange County.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I got the helicopter one. Was it the
You ever going to dust
helicopter
it?
one? No.
Yeah.
No, that's what's holding it together.
Walla, walla, walla.
Reminded me of the. Do you remember the Evil Knievel toy?
No.
No, don't do that.
Oh God.
The evil. Yes, I used to have the evil Knievel toy. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he
used to
had
wind him
the
up and he used to
normal
go-
stunt
yeah.
bike, but he had a bike like that as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but you know what? After a season or so of Orange County, it started going, hang on a minute, it's stock frame, stock engine, maybe sometimes they'll get a custom wheel done, and then he'll just cut various bits of metal and just weld it over the top. You go, it's not really a skill, mate. It's a stock engine, it's stock frame.
Yeah, I got into a lot of those.
I
I
watched
got
a
into a
couple of
lot of those
episodes.
Yeah.
car sort of customization things, and they all start out well because they've got bugger all, and it's interesting watching the process. And you think, oh, this is really interesting. Yeah, there's life lessons to be learned here. They're doing things that are unique. And by the end, every single one of them, stock engines, stock chassis that someone else has put together, and they're just, it's suddenly it's Duplo again, or Meccano, or Lego, pretty much.
There used to be a satellite channel called Men and Motors.
Yeah.
And Richard Hammond was on there. And used to do bike stuff up until about 10 o'clock at night. Then it was soft porn, I think. But
what was the name again?
It's gone, I think.
What number?
Babe Station.
Yeah. Those
I'm
programs
told.
are, taking some old mini and taking it apart and putting it all back together. They weren't very watchable. No.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember Computer Car?
Yep.
Toy.
CompuCard. Yeah,
God.
with the card, you cut
yes,
out the bits.
yeah.
God,
and
you had to program it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to love that.
cut the little slots out,
Yeah.
so it would turn at
Yeah.
the right time.
Yeah.
It went down the stairs many a time. About
Yeah,
fucking hell.
exactly. Yeah,
Get another card.
Yeah, exactly.
Turn a couple of feet later. Yeah.
Ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk.
Yeah, computer card. Bloody hell. Yeah.
Astro Wars.
Oh yeah.
Remember that little
Astro
silver
Wars,
thing
what's
with a
Yeah.
circular? It was one of the early home video games. Basically,
Yeah.
it was lots of different coloured lights, and then an overlay. So the motion would be conveyed by the lighting up, and then that one, and then that one, and then that one, and then that
Yeah, it
one.
looked like it was moving
It looked like it was moving.
on a
It was
screen,
lots
but it
of-
was just actually a matrix array of lights making it look like it was moving
It was
across the
kind of like
screen.
a Space Invaders type.
Yeah, did the
thing.
car one, the little racing car one, and it would,
Yeah,
you had
yeah.
3 positions, and then the cars
That's
going
it.
down.
Yeah.
I remember, what they call them, pocket something like that, and they're about this sort of big,
You had to
And
wear
they
the
were
special trousers then.
mechanical wind up,
Yeah.
and there was a racing car one where the car was on the end of a piece of plastic. So in actual fact, it was just a piece of plastic with a car sort of top down view
Yeah.
painted on the end. And at the other end, it was attached to a button that slid left or right. And then you wound the thing up, and the track would be a
It was like a
disc
conveyor thing.
that would go
Yeah.
around and
Yeah.
around. And on that disc were other
something like
protrusions that looked
Yeah.
like cars, and you just had to move left and right
Move left and right past them. Yeah.
to get past the car. And of course, if you crashed into a car, then the thing would stop. So you'd have to.
Yeah.
What were they called? Pockets.
But you tell kids to do that, and they
Yeah.
won't believe you.
I had a real steam train when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh, we had those little. Was it Momo? The Momo locomotive, and you see little paraffin pan.
Oh, those ones. Yeah.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that, and it would
right. Yeah.
steam.
The traction engine.
Yeah.
I had the vintage car as well.
Yeah.
The white vintage car, and it came with a big long
Pole with a little
Pole
wooden thing at the end.
with,
that you
with a
steer
wooden
it
end, so you can steer it from a distance. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Fucking hell. Mamod.
Mamod, that's it. Not Momo.
Mamod,
Mamod.
yeah.
That's it, Mamod.
Yeah.
What about Tomy 3D? Do you remember Tomy 3D, where it was kind of like a shield shape device with
Yeah.
it was stereoscopic, and you put that and it was a video game, and you had these buttons here, and there was a light panel at the top, and you had to be in a place where there was light shining through to give you the 3D effect,
Yeah.
and you'd have to move. It was there were some games that were Tron-like type games. Oh, I remember losing my shit over getting one of those.
Yeah. Well, I remember being fascinated by that the other one used to hold up. and
Oh,
you
the
click it
Viewmaster.
and- The Viewmaster.
Oh, I
yeah.
used to love them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw something the other day that brought back memories. It was a Disney Cine camera, but it was a toy Cine camera and a little cartridge, and you put the cartridge in one end.
Yes.
And then you looked through.
And you could watch like 30 seconds of a
30-second
cartoon.
cartoon by going.
That's
like,
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like 30-second chunk from Bambi.
Yeah.
Oh my God. No sound, but hey. Yeah.
When I were a kid, we were given 2 planks of wood, a couple of nails, a hammer, and we had to go and crucify ourselves.
Yeah, but you think about it, like with the
we didn't.
Mamod. Let's give our 6-year-old something that you have to set fire to with a flammable fluid that pressurizes.
It would never happen, would
Yeah,
it?
but that was all good stuff for us.
Yeah.
The funny thing, when you there is this thing, and it's really, I hate all the terms that are used around cancel and all that kind of stuff. But kids need to learn, and part of the learning process is someone somewhere is going to get damaged. You can't protect kids, and they learn the best lessons from that,
Yeah.
either themselves or from their friends, and that's part of the, that without the attrition, there's no learning.
Yeah. We used to make go-karts from a few planks of wood. And
Yeah.
You get an old fruit box, a wooden fruit box and you take one side of it, and that would be your seat.
Pram
You
wheels.
get some old pram wheels from the tip, put those on,
Or
and
check
I
the
learned the
rivers.
lesson. Yeah, a bit of rope on the front steering bit, and
Yeah.
I learned this lesson because we lived on this sort of gradual hill, and I got like
most of the way down, and then the wheels went underneath. You know, they just twisted and went right underneath, and up I go.
Yeah, over you go. Yeah.
But it taught me a lesson to put a couple of blocks of wood either side of the steering, so it would only go so far.
So it wouldn't catch on the plank.
I learned, but I absolutely fucked my arm up in
Yeah,
the process.
did the same. We used to do that.
Also learned that it's a good idea to eventually put some form of brake on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your
And
shoes
not
are
just
not
rely
good.
on your foot, because when we were wearing plimsolls in those days,
Yeah.
you got through the sole pretty quickly.
Very quickly.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I made one out of a wardrobe, carpeted it, and there was about 14 of us in this fucking wardrobe going down this hill, right? And we put like some hardboard on it. You could slide it, and all the kids all lump in. We cut out a bit and put a clear plastic bag in it. And there's a windscreen, and the rope come through. You go, okay, so just get 3 or 4 kids to push it, and they push it like hell. And there's 14 of us all clamped into this thing, and it just went. By crash, and there's fucking kids all over the road. Like, what the fucking hell happened?
But you'd be able to go up to the local tip,
Yeah,
and find and route around. You were allowed to just go in and route around and find stuff.
Yeah.
And then you'd stick it on the back of your bike, and go back home, and you'd like knock it all up together. I used to live in this village called Blowfield, and there was another village like just over called Strumpshire, and it was Strumpshire. And it was Strumpshire. It was just like basically a digger had come along and carved out a hole in this mound, the side of a hill sort of thing. And everyone just, you'd back up your car, you just throw everything into this thing. And then, once a week the rubbish people would come along and then just load up the lorries and fuck off again. And we used to spend hours just walking around the tip, rummaging in all sorts of God knows what. Looking for bits of wood or plastic or rope or anything that we could use to make something out of. You can't do that nowadays.
Yeah. No, we were terrible down here because anything that had wheels. So had like a swivel chair. So tie some tow rope to the bottom of the swivel chair. One kid would get in it, and the other 6 kids will pull him as fast as possible, swing him round and let him go.
Yeah.
You'd make ramps up for your bike so that you could.
Oh,
yeah.
Over, preferably over a river.
Or over a kid, another kid. You'd line kids up.
Line the kids up and jump over them. Yeah, didn't always work out very well. No. And we tried making. I just remembered something. Oh my god, we made a hang glider, and it was basically lots of carrier bags sellotaped together with bamboo, and then I ran off the roof of the garages.
Brilliant.
And just like, this should work, guys. Yay! And it just went. Like this.
After watching Cold It's, no doubt.
Yeah. It'll work. Yeah. No, it didn't work. Fuck it. Things we used to
when
get
I was
up to.
11, I had a pal who was fascinated with sodium chlorate, weed killer,
Oh yeah.
and or fertilizer, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so he used to, we were both the same age, and he the first thing he made was he made up this mixture with some sugar, and he had some Jetex fuse, and he filled up a Coke can full of this stuff, put the fuse in, and he had this hump of earth in his garden, in his dad's garden. And it was about 20 feet away from the house. And there was a greenhouse just off to one side as well. And he lit this fuse, and we stood about 10 feet away, waiting for this thing to go off. And for some reason, he just said, "Oh, well, maybe we just went, all right," and we stood back a little further.
Yeah.
When this thing went, it blew the mount to pieces, and it put 3 or 4 panes of the glass in, and a piece of this can got wedged into one of the window frames in the house. So, not content with that, he made a much bigger one. He thought, I can do this better. Right, this is before the internet.
Yeah.
And this was just kids being kids. We like air pistols and things like that. He got a biscuit tin full of this stuff and thought, if we use, he'd read it in the library, if you use flour as well, and you do an initial tiny explosion that essentially creates a cloud, then the main explosion with the sodium chlorate then sets fire to the cloud of dust and gives a much bigger explosion. And we were in North London, And there was a derelict railway station near us in a place called Second Armistice Park, Fry and Barnet that way. And no one went there because it was just on a piece of waste ground, middle of nowhere. And so we planted this thing in there, put a really long Jet-X fuse on, set fire to it because we know what had happened the last time. We ran. And we managed to get about 200 yards away and across the river before this thing went, and it absolutely fucking demolished this. And it was just before, it was about 2 years before the IRA campaigns happened. Before,
yeah.
And we got to the end of this park, running out of this park, and my dad, who was a policeman at the side, turned up and said, "Do you know anything about that explosion?" And we both went, "No." You do. Just
Well, I tell you what,
don't do it again.
And I've still got it. It's out in the garage, right? We exploded a 5-inch howitzer shell in the backfield that we found out there. Dated 1917. We thought, it won't blow up. It's been in the ground for ages. But we set it all up and set it so we could hit the firing pin with it face down in the ground. And we stood well back, pulled a little bit of string so the fucking big weight with the nail on it came down. The first time it missed the firing pin, we had to go back to it. We were having another go, right, to set it all up again. And it was on the probably the third attempt. And we go, it might go off this time. I went, like that. And it was just like, whoa! Like that, fucking about 6 tons of earth just flew up in the air. Right. And then eventually you hear this boing, and this fucking great big lump of brass, which is the back end of the shell, sort of landed out in the road. And went and retrieved it. Whoa, look at that! There's nothing left in it. It's empty.
Thing is, when we were kids, there was a lot of old, bomb sites and bomb craters still that hadn't been filled in, and munitions. If you that it wasn't that hard to find these things.
No. We found a big canister out. I think this was literally the first or second week I moved here, so I'm 6. And we're all the kids. Most of them were sort of like under 4, some of them, but. We were all roughly about the same age, and we're wandering around in this field and exploring this new world that we've come to. And we found this big tin, and it was bright red. Okay, but we couldn't work out what it was. We took it to Michael's dad, lives at number 9 here. So we've come into his front room. Go, where's this? Like that, and he's gone, holy shit, and grabbed it and run out of the room with it. It was a tin of dynamite sticks that we found out in the field. Why would somebody leave a tin of dynamite in the fucking backfield? It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
And of course, this is why eventually we found this howitzer shell, and we go, no, we're not bringing this to anybody. We're hanging on to it. It's a big brass thing, like,
We'll set that off.
Yeah.
I used to play around train tracks a lot. We always used to live somewhere near a railway, and like you said, there are a lot of disused stations because beaching had only been happened sort of 15, 20 years previously. So and in the 70s, they were just left to rot. So you'd end up sort of walking up and down the tracks and sort of messing around. Then we used to get coins and lay them on the tracks. And then hide, wait for the train to come, run the coin over. And then go back to it, and then you get a 1p that's been squished to about that long, and then you do a 2p, and then you dare yourself to do something a little bit thicker, like a 5 or a 10p. And generally they got spat out, they didn't get squashed. And then I befriended this kid.
20 years later, a leaf kills the train.
I know.
Hi, Andrew.
I befriended this kid who lived in an old level crossing guard's house. Those little square houses
know them.
By the level crossing. And him and his dad lived in one. It was a lovely little place. But his dad would be out at work, so me and him would just be sort of sat there bored. And it was right next to the Norwich to Cambridge line. And we got bored one day, and he said, you want to toss a tomato at a train? So we're like, yeah, let's do a tomato at a train. So the train would come by and we'd sort of like be hiding behind the bush and we'd throw this tomato and we'd try and get it in one of the windows, or because it was close to the actual station, you'd hopefully somebody'd pulled the window down to reach out to it, and you try and get it in there. And we did that for a little while, and then we moved up to eggs. We were throwing raw eggs at the train, and that's when the police got involved.
Yeah, got involved. Yeah,
and we got sat down inside this little house with this boy's dad, who was absolutely fuming, and the local, constable, and got a right telling off for throwing things at. Do you realise? He said, "Oh yeah."
It was an egg, not a house brick. Honest.
Yeah. Well, eggs. They're travelling at speed. Eggs travelling at speed.
Yeah, they travel at speed inside hens as well, don't they?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll throw the bloody hen next time.
Hey, it's too bad you didn't have the bullets like in Pink Floyd The Wall put on the tracks.
Well, we just put anything on there.
Mind you, if I put that howitzer shell on the track, it would have tripped the train up, would it?
Yeah. Did you maybe used to make bolt bombs? Where you get two bolts.
Yeah, bolts and get match heads.
Put match heads or
caps.
Gun caps. Yeah. Put gun caps in there. I had a gun. It was like a cowboy gun, but instead of the old paper caps, it had a little like a plastic.
Plastic ring ones.
Yeah,
I know that.
Yeah. So
for the repeaters.
Yeah. So you could just like empty the contents of each one of those little sets, because it had a lot more gunpowder in there, and you put that all into the middle of this bolt, and you screw the other bolt on really tightly, and then you would literally throw them at each other. And hope that they would go off, and a lot of the time they would just go bang, but sometimes they'd go, especially if we didn't do them quite tight enough, they'd go bang and the bolt would go
flinging off
or a nut come flying through the air and hit you between the eyes.
When I was a kid, they made these little replica cap guns. It's a stupid name called Son of a Gun, but it looked like Sonofa gun. And you pull the chamber out, and this is a single chamber. You put a paper cap in there, and you pull it, it goes bang, and it's cute. We took a couple firecrackers, emptied them out into the chamber, and my brother pulled the trigger, and it exploded and sent metal shrapnel everywhere. Sonofa gun.
Remember getting hit in the forehead with a spud gun?
I was just about to say spud gun.
And I thought I didn't think that would hurt. But it was point blank.
Shot at by my mum, because I'd be wandering out of the house with a prize, King Edwards or something that she got planned for dinner, and me spud gun in one hand and my spud in the other. We just go out.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, I got into an awful lot of trouble for exploding a howitzer in the backfield. And the reason being, they said, you've got to be careful. That field is full of unexploded ordnance. Where?
Providing a clearance service.
Yeah.
You can't say that to a kid. He's got really.
Yeah, I know. Because it was my nan was saying, she goes, look, what you got to remember, you live in Bomb Alley. When the Germans were returning from London, if they had any bombs left, they just dropped them before moving on, because it used up too much fuel to fly back to France. And she goes, and they'll just drop them, and some of them didn't go off. She goes, the Downs are just full of bombs, big fucking building destroying bombs.
Yeah, and that's not a warning, that's an invitation, right? So.
Well, exactly. And when they invented metal detectors, we were like, fucking hell, do you know what we're going to look for? See if there's a V2 rocket out in the field somewhere.
That's one thing parents forget. They used to be kids, and they should know not to say stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unbelievable. So, apparently we found out later that the reason we did find this tin of dynamite out in the backfield was because they dynamited all along here to lay the foundation for all the houses.
All right.
Dynamited rather than...
Yeah, they had to clear out because it was quite high up, and they needed to get rid of quite a lot of earth before they could then do the foundations of the houses, so including the foundations. So they just dynamited across this field to loosen up all the earth, and of course all the chalk, which was not that low below the surface. Yeah, and apparently they just dynamited it, loosened it all up, and then took it all away. Missed that. Would have liked to seen that. So yeah, it's weird, but there you go. Yeah, no, the stuff you could, stuff we got up to. It's a wonder you watch a war film today and you go, that's nothing, mate. When we were kids, fucking hell.
Well, I made the mistake of trusting my friend once. He got some imported stuff from Germany because his dad's from Germany. And it looked like a little flare stick. And it wasn't marked, and it had a little dab fuse. It wasn't a paper fuse or a wire fuse. And so I thought, oh, it's just a little thing. So we took it outside and we lit it, and it's like, and it's like, when is it gonna go bam? And like it blew my hand open, but didn't damage anything. But it tingled like hell for like several hours.
Yeah.
And you hear me on the videotape yelling at the guys, "You motherfucker! This thing is a real explosive." I can't read. And you look at the side in very faint print in German. It said "cracker."
Yeah.
I'm like,
We used to
oh
have these
Jesus!
things called bangers.
Yeah.
That were proper little explosive sticks.
Yeah, it was what it was probably. Yeah.
And we used to stick them up car exhausts.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Light them, boom, up the car
a kid goes into a sweet shop and buys what did they call them?
Bangers.
No. There was this. It looked like a Roman candle, but it wasn't. It had a domed plastic end. It was done in black.
Oh, you're talking about the handheld ones?
No. These were like literally. They were. They called them some. What were they called? Black bombs or something. And they were basically just like a Roman candle, but what it did is it just, instead of coming out a little bit at a time, it just went off, and the whole fucking thing detonated.
I remember them.
And we were throwing them at each other.
Yeah, we used to throw bangers.
Yeah, and we throw them at each other, and you sort of like leap out of the way, and it's just bang, fucking sparks and shit flying everywhere.
Did you
You
see
go,
on the
"Oh, nearly
news-
got you."
On the news yesterday in Brazil, there was a fireworks display. I think it was to do with New Year's, and the firework went up, and it kind of went a bit off course, and it landed on this girl's chest and got caught up in her clothes.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then went off.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh my God.
Needless to say, she's no longer with us. But yeah, and that was just like that was in Brazil, I think.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So
Well, I
what
had
they
friends
used to
that
do-
were good at making Safe and Sane stuff totally dangerous. You buy those Safe and Sane 4th of July packs. You know what a Piccolo Pete is, where it whistles for a while and burns?
Yeah.
And so if you crimp that in a vise, it would go BAM! Because this is fast burning powder.
Yeah.
And so you basically made a firecracker out of it, and it's pretty nasty. They would take a bunch of those and put them into a little handheld plastic water bottle.
Yeah.
Like 3 Piccolo Pete's worth of powder, seal it up, put a little fuse in there, and it was like an M1000. At least the noise was. It wasn't as much force as that. But you're sending plastic shrapnel everywhere as well. So.
Yeah, but you think they would have banned kids from going to buy these fireworks here? But what they did was they released a video going, "Be careful, fireworks are dangerous."
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here's
What
how you
happens if
do it.
Yeah, you get the cheap little skyrockets and go, yeah, but what happens if we get some elastic bands and put 10 of them together?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, but will it go in the milk bottle? No. We're going to detonate this on the ground in a saucepan.
Kids are very devious when you let them be. So yeah.
So I can make an explosion. Yeah. Can
Yeah.
I make a bigger one?
Yeah. I mean,
How
mum's
big
going,
can I make
"Where's my saucepan?" "Oh, I don't know.
I saw a video on YouTube. I didn't get to watch it all. I need to go back to it. It's a true story about 5 or 6 servicemen
Yeah.
who volunteered to stand in the Nevada desert directly underneath.
Oh, in front of the bomb.
Directly underneath
Underneath the
an air
detonation
exploded device.
Of the atom bomb, yeah.
And I remember seeing the clip of when the bomb goes off, and they're stood there, and they sort of they jump a little bit, and it gets very bright, and they're all just like looking around. I'm thinking, you just had a fucking nuclear device.
Yeah. They didn't know. Do you know when they
That was- I think
detonated
that
the
was-
very, very first one?
Sorry, Ken. I think that was a fuel air bomb they let off. They did that with. I'm not sure it was a nuclear device.
No, it was. This was a nuclear device.
Yeah, it was
You're joking.
no,
No.
yeah, because they didn't know.
They were. It was quite high up. I mean, it wasn't just like It was dropped from a plane, or
Yeah.
and then exploded. A mile or so up in the sky, which is what they used to do a lot of
Yeah.
back in the 50s, air tests. But yeah,
Well,
these
they did this thing for
stood-
when they were going to detonate the very first one, right? They were saying there was certain consultants involved, and they said, look, we can't be sure that this won't ignite the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And burn all of the atmosphere away. Oh, okay. Well, we'll try it anyway, shall we?
Don't press that button.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there you go. 5 men. Here we go. I've got the video here.
yeah.
We live in different times.
Yeah, I seem to remember reading. Yeah, they just didn't know what is the effect of
There's
a
only one way
large
to find
nuclear
out.
weapon an atomic weapon going off over your head. Well, let's find out. Let's park some men underneath one.
Did you guys ever see the famous Bikini Atoll test of the H bomb? And they had a whole naval fleet out there.
Yeah.
They turned for the flash so they didn't get blinded, but they got all the hot wind hitting them and everything downstream, like a couple miles away.
Yeah.
Every single one of those guys died of horrible cancers.
Yeah.
And they had one surviving guy they interviewed, and his hand looked like a baseball mitt. And his legs had already been amputated because the tissue swells continuously until it splits and keeps going.
Jesus.
And it's just fucking terrible. And we did it to all these Navy guys who were just having fun playing around. You know, wee.
Do you know what I thought was that there was a map. I can't remember which site. There they are.
Oh.
Yeah. And they did.
So they weren't directly. Oh, they are directly under.
They're
Yeah, it's
directly
about a mile
underneath
up.
it, but
it's a mile up. Yeah.
It's up in the sky.
At least they didn't look at it when it flashed, though, right?
Yeah. Then you
But yeah, it'll-
knew roughly
it's
not to look at it. Though I suppose the first people didn't, because they didn't know.
Well, some of the stuff they did know, but they just didn't tell everybody.
Yeah.
The guys who invented it knew it was fucking awful, but they didn't tell everybody. You know?
Yeah, but they didn't know how awful it was. Not really.
Like-
Because Nevada desert's full of all these tests they did way before they did a bunch of other stuff. And for years,
Yeah.
you couldn't drive through parts of Nevada because of it.
Well, what I found rather alarming was that they did this map and they showed all the different places where they did an atomic or a nuclear test across the Nevada desert and everything like that. But what begs the question is, why did they have to test them 1,400 times?
Exactly, yeah. Because it's fun. They get their rocks off with the testing.
Yeah, but it's 1,400, right?
And they got to keep the military
weapons.
budget high, right? Got to
Yeah.
keep that money going. So
That radiation went somewhere.
Oh,
And that's a-
1,400 was just the start of it, Ken.
Yeah, I know.
When I looked, I didn't realise how many nuclear devices have been set off overall, and
Yeah.
the vast majority of them by the US, of course.
Yeah, but surely they must know that. Yeah, okay, they work.
France, the UK, Russia.
Yeah.
You know, just
My
mad.
granddad was out in Easter and Christmas Island when the Brits were doing their tests.
Mm.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't too up close, but he lived to
Close enough.
a decent age. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember
Yeah,
when
he was,
France did one in the Pacific, somewhere really quite pleasant? And there was a lot of saying, no, don't do that. You're going to kill all the wildlife and blah, blah,
Over
blah.
Christmas, I had a lot of carbohydrates, and that had a very similar effect.
Was it a successful test?
It was a successful test. The fallout was a bit.
it's bigger than Tsar Bomba, right? Is it?
Yeah. That was.
Should have done an indie and hidden the fridge.
Have you guys ever been to Hiroshima?
No.
That museum is so fucking depressing. They have one building left in town with a dome that's exposed that was blasted. But the museum, you walk through and you see melted bones and ceramic tiles, melted coins, tumors, pictures of all kinds of horrible stuff. And then the kids greet you outside. Hey, what did you think of your visit? Please talk to us. And I'm like, I'm all depressed. I don't want to talk about this now.
Yeah.
They have this giant diorama of mannequins running and skin melting off of them. And it's just like, it's true horrors of war in one little building. It's unbelievable. They even have the shadow of a guy from the original Sumitomo Bank who was vaporized on the steps. The steps are cut out and put right there.
Yeah, because there's also that thing about because Nagasaki was of military importance, ish. But
Yeah, they
Hiroshima
didn't have to drop
wasn't.
two, but they did anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
They wanted to make sure.
they wanted to break them. Yeah,
Yes.
But did you hear the story of the guy who survived both blasts?
Yes.
Holy shit, that story's amazing.
yeah.
and he still lived and had kids, and his genes weren't messed up, and he lived a decent long life, and he's a freak of nature.
Although his grandkids became superheroes.
Yeah, X-Men, X-Men.
Yeah.
Do you know what the S stands for on Superman's chest?
Hope.
Shut up.
It's not an S.
It's not an S. It's a symbol. It means
It's
hope.
the Jewish guys invented the whole mythology.
It's a krypton symbol for hope. Yeah.
Yeah. He's Kal-El. Yeah.
I mentioned it quite a few times in the Superman films. Where were you?
I thought the symbol was the House of El. It's actually just hope.
Yeah.
It's the krypton symbol for hope.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Imagine being Superman with a lisp.
Well, Robbie, tell.
Who are you? Superman!
Set the
Who's going to mess
Robbie.
with him now?
You can set the question, Robbie.
What's
Who drove a mustard-coloured Rover
mustard-coloured
P6
Rover
2200 TC? No, SC.
SC, yeah, not TC.
On TV.
On TV, who drove
Yeah,
a mustard?
because like, for instance, we said who drove a silver DB? Was it DB4 or DB5? I can't remember. DB5.
DB5.
DB5, right? And the answer obviously would be
James
Bond.
James Bond.
Who drove a white Jaguar XJS?
The Saint.
The Saint.
The new Saint.
The new Saint.
Yeah,
the old Saint drove a
Saint
white
was a
Volvo
Volvo.
440.
It
Yeah.
was. It was a
Yeah, beautiful car.
Oh, that was a P1800.
P1800.
I thought-
My favourite and my favourite of all.
My
of
uncle
Oh,
them.
it might be. It might
Was the
be.
big
I always
cat.
thought it was a 440, but
No, my
The
uncle had
big
a
cat, the
P1800.
V12 that Steed in the Avengers drove.
Yeah.
yeah,
But who drove a mustard-coloured Rover?
yeah, mustard colour Rover
Bastard.
P6 2200 SE.
And it was weird how this came up.
Yeah,
Jason King.
no,
No, after his time.
and in the second series, shall we say, drove a black one. It's gone. It's got a minute.
No.
Poor old Andy. This is so not in his sphere. Of
Well,
knowledge.
my brother's way into cars more than I am, and so he would probably know. But
Oh, this might never have got shown in the States.
oh, you'd be surprised. We get a lot of weird shit here.
Okay. We've got to start giving the clues out, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jean Le Carrier.
Of course.
Massive clue there.
Course.
I'd have gone with you strike me down, I shall become more
Yeah.
powerful than you can imagine.
Use the force, Luke.
Tinker Tailor Soldier
Soldier
Nun.
Spy, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't
know about
stab the
that,
nun.
yeah.
George Smiley.
George Smiley.
I've read that book so many times, or the whole series.
Did Steve drive a 1931 Bentley
Yes, he did.
with a supercharger on it?
Yep.
Who
So-
drove a silver Mark II Ford Escort? I believe it was either the Mexico or
RS.
the RS. It was a British cop show.
Oh, that was
Silver
no,
Mark
that wasn't.
II.
That what was that the cop show, or was that
It's not Brody and Doyle, was it?
Brody and Doyle? Brody, the professionals.
Yeah,
Professionals, yeah.
professionals.
So who drove that one? That would be Bodie, would it?
Doyle.
Or Doyle? Oh, Doyle, because Bodie would have the Capri.
Capri.
3-litre Capri.
3-litre Capri. And who did the other? He have a Granada or something?
Oh, that would be what's his face? No, the Granada
Was
is
Sweeney.
Sweeney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would
yeah.
be
Yeah.
what's his faces? The bronze.
Sorry about this, Andrew.
No, that's all right. Speaking of cars, by the way, who's
Reagan?
have you guys seen those Lotus cars, like the ones that Roger Moore had as James Bond? Are those
Yes,
still on the
Brady.
road?
Yes,
I've
free.
sat in them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are they around? You see them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
There's a few of them about still.
They're made about 30 miles up the road from me.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
loads, yeah.
yeah. They're completely fiberglass.
I hankered after one of those for many years, and when I could eventually afford one, and I looked at its reliability and service history, and I went, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Isn't that the one he goes underwater with? Isn't that the Lotus?
That's the Lotus
the
Sprint.
That's probably the best place for most of them for a service.
Yeah, because we went. I've said this before, no? We went to collect when I was worked on the records. We went to collect an Esprit, and the whole driver's seat and floor and door pan had torn away from the car.
Yeah.
And the bloke was left sitting in the road, and the car just rolled to the end of the into the lights. Yeah, so not the most reliable car in the world.
I've had a tour around the factory there.
What about a brown Buick?
James Garner, Rockford Files.
No.
No, that was a Trans Am. Firebird. Pontiac Firebird.
Was it a Firebird? Was it?
Yeah, that was a Trans Am. Yeah, brown Buick.
Oh, Kojak.
There you go. Good man.
Yeah. I won't bother with the Ford Gran Torino. Because we all know who drove a Ford Gran Torino.
Do we?
Really?
If only I had my big woolly jumper.
I'm not going to give you the colours because the colours will give it.
I was going to say, without the colours, was it really that cool though? I mean,
yes.
Was it a Torino?
It's a goofy looking
It was
car.
a Torino. It was a Torino, yeah.
Yeah, but who? Who drove it?
It's already in the chat. Somebody put it in the
Blues
chat.
Brothers, isn't it?
That was David. It wasn't Paul Glazer. It must have been David.
Yeah, Paul
Soul.
Michael Glazer. Yeah, David Soul, Starsky and Hutch.
Oh, that Torino.
Yeah, Ford Gran Torino.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because there's so many Torinos, and they don't look like that. So what is it? Was it a Mercury that the Blues Brothers drove?
It was a very rare Mercury. Was it a Mercury? I think it wasn't. It was a police. It was an ex-police car.
Ex-police car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it had been produced specifically for the police. And I don't know if I can't remember if it was actually called a Mercury because it had a.
Yeah, but
it had the
Mercury's just part of Ford.
It had the 440
Lincoln.
V8, which was unusual. It had special police tyres on it. Which just they were really weird. It kind of didn't go around corners very well, but it did as long as you could.
Well, any American 70s car didn't go around corners very well.
They're real smooth riding though. I used to have a bunch of them when I was a kid. They just float. You go over bumps and they just float.
Yeah,
that's why they don't go around corners.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of some others.
I had a '73 Chevy Impala, which all the lowrider guys kept wanting me to sell to them.
Did you ever have a Pacer?
No, neighbors had two of them. That's how much of a loser they were.
Wow. So
yeah,
they didn't
Pacer and a
learn
Pacer
the first
X. No Gremlins though, just the Pacer.
Oh god.
But I had a '73 Chevy Impala. It was an awesome car, 350 engine in it, V8, and leaded gas. So it needed to be converted or use the stupid treatment shit.
Yeah.
And then I had a Mercury Marquis Brougham, also '73, I think, and it had power shutters on the lights, power doors, power windows. And I'm in high school driving this thing. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like a luxury car for the old days.
Yeah, we always used to, I think all of us here, you'd be watching a film, you see this kid driving this fantastic car. You go, hey, how? That's not very realistic. And you go, yeah, it is.
And it was $700.
Oh, man.
And the Impala was $650.
Not now.
No.
Not now.
So the first time I drove in the States, Andrew, I landed at San Francisco and I had to make my way down towards the Bay Area where my company I work for was based. And I'd not driven in the States before, so I landed, got to San Francisco, got to this car hire place, a Hertz car hire place. And all they had left was the new Volvo, I think it was the V70 or V80, the V80.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I said, yeah, all right, and we had a company policy that you didn't take out collision or damage insurance. The company would cover it because no one had accidents really, did they? Because, we're all responsible people. But because I'm a Brit, I just went, yeah, all right, I'll take that out as well. And I remember it was on one of the hills and I drove out the down ramp to turn left, so to the other side of the road, and there was a truck, there was a utility truck, just a normal truck, electric truck or something, on the other side of the road. But because I hadn't driven, I trucks in the UK are about half the size. So it looked perfectly normal, and it was way too late, literally just after turning out, that I went straight into the side of it and wrote off the side of this brand new, 13 miles on the clock Volvo S80. So, and I just kept turning left and went back up the up ramp and said, "Sorry guys, I've
Didn't you notice this?"
and bless them, they just said, "Well, you got the collision waiver. Here's the keys to another." And let me go. That was fine. It took 5 minutes, and I was straight back out again.
Wow.
You guys know the story behind the Miami Vice car thing? Do you know how that happened?
No.
So the Daytona Spider was a kit car, and Mr. Ferrari saw that on the show, and he goes, "This is an abomination. That's not a real car. You're making me look bad. I will give you a Testarossa for the show if you destroy that on camera." So they had that episode where the guy uses a rocket to blow up the car.
Yeah.
And then they used the Testarossa in the next couple episodes. But they shot a lot at night, and the film stock back then wouldn't shoot a black Testarossa well at night. It was all choppy. So they made a custom white paint job. It was the only white Testarossa ever until the show came out, and people kept ordering white Testarossas that didn't exist. And it's hilarious how they got that whole thing, because Mr. Ferrari wanted him to get a real Ferrari on the show, you know?
Yeah. Wow.
That's what we've been doing wrong. So the next podcast features...
For Behringer, you got to burn the Behringers.
Right, guys, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah. All right, done.
I think I am as well.
Because it's past midnight.
Oh, it's well past
midnight.
midnight.
Actually.
Yeah. I bet knocking on the head as well.
Right.
Because we've been trying to get over the Christmas period. We've been staying up later and later and later and later and later.
Yeah.
And we're all out of whack now. I've got customers phoning me up and going.
One day, have to do an all-nighter show.
Yeah.
We've already done one of them practically. Anyway.
Almost, yeah.
Almost.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow for Pearson.
Yeah.
See you, Ian.
What's on tomorrow, guys? Cheerio, Ian.
Cheers. See you later.
Bye.
Predictions tomorrow.
Predictions.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the predictions.
Predictions.
What a wanker.
I should have known. I was going to... yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got Mike on, haven't we?
We have got Mr. Doctor. Sorry, Mike Watley.
Doctor. No, I'm
And
Doctor.
his mechanic?
Sorry, what?
Mike. So you've got Mike on.
And the mechanics, yeah.
And the mechanics, yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm gonna have quite an easy show tomorrow then.
Yeah, we'll all just sit back and
Get on with it, mate.
wind him up, let him go.
I'll try and catch it. I've got some running around to do tomorrow evening, but I'll try and jump on.
I hung out with him a bunch at Synthplex, and he's like that all the time.
Yeah.
Always wound up. Although I did catch him at one point on the show floor. I think it's on one of my videos I posted, where he's just like, "Oh, hi. Hello, all you people in the computer." He's all like low key. He's all tired.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you hear? Did you? Oh. Cupboard love. Yeah. All right, look, a little bit. Don't tell your sister. Ready?
Go on.
There you go.
Whoa.
Incoming.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Night, night, gents.
See you all tomorrow.
See you.
Right, gentlemen, have a lovely time.
Cheerio, Andrew.
See you later.
See you later on in the day.
Enjoy day.
Oh, there we go. Let's find the thingy.
I have to go back and watch what I missed.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.